Okay, it's 9:41, and I'm calling this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors to order. Welcome, everybody, to in the chambers this morning. I'd ask the clerk to please call the roll to establish a quorum.
Okay, good morning. Supervisors Cerna.
Here.
Kennedy. Frost.
Here.
Hume.
Here.
Desmond.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Okay.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, March 31st at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats, directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda or off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected while making your comment. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda item or off-agenda matter and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak, and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. To make a comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda or off-agenda item. Clerk staff will transfer each caller into the meeting, and you may be on hold for an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. You may also send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff or for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Okay, thank you, Flo. I'd ask Supervisor Hume to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please address the flag. Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a very full morning agenda, and I know that we have a lot of folks here in the chambers who would like to make public comments on items on the agenda and items off agenda. So hopefully you have submitted your form to the clerk staff in the back of the chambers. Madam Clerk, I forget, do you want to do the Red Cross thing now really quick or take off-agenda public comments first?
Take the public comments first.
So we're going to start the day with off-agenda public comments, and that's an opportunity for members of the public to speak on an item that is not on the agenda. And I say that because some of the public comments that have been coming to us, they involve some things that are not on the agenda, but they involve some things that are on the agenda as well. And so please keep in mind that we have a lot of agenda items, and if you're here to speak about an agenda item, either a timed matter or a consent matter, hold your public comments for that item. If public commenters stand up during off agenda and you start speaking about an agenda item, I'm going to stop you and ask you to hold your comments till we get to that specific agenda item, if that makes sense. So hopefully we can make this go smoothly. I will turn it over now to our clerk to call the first public commenter.
Okay, we'll call Roland Brady to the podium.
Oh, and excuse me, I'm sorry. Before we start, Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, just real briefly, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think that helps to set the table. I also want to make sure that the speakers understand that if you're speaking off agenda, because it's not an agendized item, we cannot have a debate or a lengthy discussion on an item that's not on the agenda per Brown Act. So if it appears that we're not engaging, that's why. Thank you.
I appreciate you making that point. Yeah, we cannot legally talk about a matter unless it's actually agendized. Now we may direct staff in response to come back later at a later date for a later discussion or something. But thank you for clarifying that. Okay.
I'm going to set the timer for 2 minutes, but I'll let you introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you. My name is Roland Brady. I'm here as a geological consultant with the River City Waterway Alliance and to talk about a unique opportunity. Bannon Island lies at the confluence of Steelhead Creek and the Sacramento River. As such, it is a riparian forest that has unique ecological habitat. It is designated as a nature study area in the Parkway Management Plan. In the American River Parkway Management Plan, nature study area is described as the most environmentally sensitive areas of the parkway. This category is the most restrictive of those that allow public use and is intended to permit only those limited activities and improvements which would not be detrimental to the environmental qualities or features. However, years of illegal camping have severely impacted the area, and the recent floods have wreaked a human and environmental tragedy which could have been avoided. However, now that the island has been vacated for safety purposes, we have a once-in-a-decade opportunity to remove the debris and restore the habitat, returning the island to its intended and unique purpose as a nature preserve. The Alliance has access to expertise needed to design and implement this effort and would love to help the county pursue this. It would be a monumental community and educational opportunity, and the exclusion would be entirely consistent with the Boise decision. But the county must act quickly to post this area before it is reoccupied, and we're right back where we started. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Lisa Sanchez. Lisa, did you need the?
Yeah, if you want to just put,
Yeah.
it's just a single
Okay,
page. Thank you.
yeah, no problem.
There we go. Okay. Hello, my name is Lisa, and I also volunteer with River City Waterway Alliance, and I wanted to bring to light a somewhat broken system of the shopping cart ordinance the county currently has. When a citizen reports a cart that has been strayed for a business, usually a third-party contractor is dispatched to pick it up and return it or send it to the landfill, all with taxpayer dollars. There are no fines, penalties, or reimbursements levied against the businesses for the efforts and return of their carts by the county. It's a free shopping cart retrieval system. Not only do they plague our urban streets, but did you know that they're a major source of contamination and creek in our waterways? Contamination in our creeks and waterways. Within a 3/4 mile stretch of Arcade Creek, over 100 shopping carts were pulled out with the help of volunteers and some necessary heavy equipment. They wander off the premises and get pushed into our waters when they're no longer wanted, causing debris dams of trash and sand to build up, burying them within weeks. It takes hand winches, shovels, and come-alongs to get them out. No easy task. Now, times that by hundreds we have found and removed so far. No one realizes how many there are, but we do. With the abandoned cart prevention plan required by the Office of Planning and Environmental Review, the procedures for retrieval of abandoned shopping carts are only on paper. I don't believe there's any follow-through with confirming these plans are in place for a business even a year down the road. They can say they have a prevention and cart retrieval plan, but do they really, and for how long? Because there are no fines or fees for reimbursement of costs by the county, there's no incentive for them to do more. To install locking wheels and painted lines on their property, or even install the coin lock mechanisms like in Europe. Anything is more than the minimum that they are doing now. It's time to take responsibility for their illegally dumped carts and prevent that from happening. I'm asking the board to implement penalties for carts returned by the county, require theft prevention methods before carts leave their property, and establish an annual review confirming these are still in place. Make businesses accountable for every cart that they lose. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll have David Ingram.
I'm not sure if you can zoom in on this. Anyway,
I can, just give me 1 sec.
oh, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is David Ingram. I'm also a volunteer with River City Waterway Alliance, and I'm doing our report update since your last meeting. Since January 14th, River City Waterway Alliance volunteers, we're an all-volunteer group for the audience that doesn't know us. We've performed 46 cleanups, committed 1,471 free volunteer hours to cleaning up Sacramento area waterways, and this is just in 2.5 months. We've now removed over 216,000 pounds of trash and debris from our waterways, mostly the American River Parkway, where I think we just hit 80,000 pounds in a 1-mile stretch along Township 9. If you don't know where Township 9 is, it's over behind where the old Rusty Duck used to be. So it starts there and it goes about 3/4 to 1 mile upstream. This is only on the south banks. So about 80,000 pounds in just that area. And we were back out there last night doing some touch up, and there's tons of buried debris and trash still there. So this is going to be a monumental task to complete the restoration process in just this 1 mile stretch alone of only one side of the American River. So we are tackling other areas. Arcade Creek, we've performed probably 100 cleanups in the last couple of years of Arcade Creek, including, let's see, in Del Paso Regional Park. I realize that it's a city-owned park, but just to give you an example, I know there's some contention with the city management of that park, and I'm not here to comment on that. I am here to comment that in the last 18 months, we performed 55 cleanups of that 1 mile stretch of Arcade Creek, and we've removed 53,000 pounds of trash from that one mile stretch of Arcade Creek. And Arcade Creek, for those who don't know, is 16.2 miles long. So that's our update. It also includes over 3,000 hypodermic needles that we've removed in the last 8 weeks, which are scattered all over the parkway because they float, unfortunately. So thank you
for your comments. So next we have Roshni Prasad. After Roshni, we have Dr. Kenneth Green.
Hello, good morning. I am Roshni Prasad. I'm a permanent disabled person. I did had a concrete done in year 2017, and in 2018, the code enforcement gave me a ticket. And when I got the ticket, I came to Sacramento County to get some help. I did not understand. But before I did the concrete, I spoke to Brian in the county, and he brought my house in the computer, and he said, I am able to do my concrete with no problem. I'm disabled. I'm using a wheelchair. And I got the concrete done after that. In 2017, I did the concrete. Had the concrete done 2018, I was given a ticket. After the ticket, I paid $1,166.22 to the county for the permit. And I spoke to Lauren Haas, and then she did all my paperwork, and she's still working here. Then I did not hear anything. I wrote a letter to Fox Desiree Fox, and she no longer works for the county. And now they're telling me your case is closed, and I have to I paid for my money for the permit. They do not want to give me the permit anymore. I just had an eye surgery about a month ago, my both eyes. I'm disabled and I need a permit. And now they wrote me a letter saying I have to break the concrete, the front of my house.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to say, so you're out of time for public comment, but I've already made eye contact with our county staff here. Can you please provide your contact information to county staff? Mr. DeFonte here will direct you the right direction, and maybe reach out to your supervisor who represents you, and then get some more information about this and see if we can, seek a resolution.
Thank you for that,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
thank you.
My office has had extensive conversations with her.
So
and
we're
continue.
Supervisor
Thank you,
Kennedy's
sir.
office.
Thank you.
Dr. Green.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to speak to the homelessness situation here in Sacramento, especially with the Sacramento Self-Help Housing Program. And I have a little memo I want to read here. It says, what housing means...
So, sir,
is that-
can I just, real quick, so we do have an agenda item
Okay.
about this, item 47. Do you
Okay.
want to hold your comments about, is it going to be in relation to
Okay,
that?
cool. Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
All right,
So
thank
you'll have to stick around. There will be some other off agenda, but we want to
I will.
make sure it's on the agenda item so we can have a really
Okay.
full discussion about
Okay. You
that
got it.
item.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Doctor.
Mr. Capizano.
Good morning, Board of Directors. Board of Supervisors. My name is David Capizano, and I would like to thank you for your hard work and dedication to the Sacramento County. We would like to receive the agenda for the Sacramento County earlier if possible. Thank you.
Next, we have Joseph Wilson.
And as you're making your way up, again, I'll just remind folks, if you're here to speak about item 47, which involves Sacramento Self-Help Housing and action this board will be taking later this morning, hold your comments until we get to that item because we will be having a presentation from staff and we will be able to have a much more, I think, robust discussion about it when you wait till we get to item 47.
Hello, I'm Joseph Wilson. Can I with hand in hand the domestic employees network? Can I hear to talk about IHSS, which allows elderly and the disabled to live in their homes with dignity? Well, there's a crisis right now in which there's not enough caregivers for people with disabilities. And the other issue is we're asking people who are paying minimum wage to take care of our elderly and our most vulnerable. And oftentimes, our caregivers are having to choose between providing care for us or finding a better job, because they're having to choose between that or feeding their children. And I'm here because we need to start supporting our caregivers in our community. And I believe now it's time for 20 because we need to start paying our caregivers higher wages so that we can continue keeping IHSS the great program that it is. Thank you. That's all.
Next, we have Patricia Hunt.
Good morning, board members. Mr. Desmond, I will be mentioning general plan, but that's not part of the request for my comment. I just mention it in passing.
Thank you.
So, good morning again. My name is Trish Hewitt, and I have a simple request that I pray you'll take at heart. After reading this March 28th agenda packet in the record time allowable, I'm perplexed by the fact that Sacramento County considers the 2030 general plan a vision of its priorities and values, when to me it reads like a nightmare. The terminology is so redundantly New World Order, you might as well have called it the Great Sac Reset. With its equity, diversity, inclusion, environmental justice, climate action plan, the implementation measures sound a lot like a socialist government, infrastructure for socialist government. With all due respect, members, I believe that taxpayers deserve transparent appropriations of their hard-earned tax dollars. That doesn't disguise socialist reform as a community-building utopia. After all, we rely on you to consider Sacramento's best interests with every vote you cast, not those of other counties, states, federal government, or global entities. When you post an 816-page agenda packet the weekend prior to your biweekly meetings, you undermine your constituents' abilities to self-govern with you, which ultimately is your constitutional obligation and our rightful inheritance. I'm here to
7
promote
seconds.
favorable communication and participation in our local government. I would truly appreciate your efforts to disseminate board agendas sooner and across more media platforms.
Thank you for your
comments. In closing, I'm confident
Thank you.
that
Thank
our
you, Speaker.
Thank you for your time. God bless you.
Okay. Jared Johnson.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jared. Thanks for listening to my public comment. I just want to say that I support the community that will be speaking here this morning. The police are grossly overfunded and overarmed, and they are a threat to many here in Sacramento. That being said, I'm here for another reason. 1 week ago, this board became aware that the jail's new computer system was not communicating with the courts. That raised alarms across our community. This board said that it would talk to the sheriff in 1 month, but that is too long. The court is accountable for the damages caused by these errors. Lawyers have to call the sheriff to get information about their clients, but family members and loved ones do not have that privilege. How do they find the information that was available before the new system? I really think that this county can pull together some temporary solutions while the system is finished. There's a lack of effort from this board to understand the damage caused by the problem. The problem is technical, but the damages are not. You trust the sheriff that this issue will be resolved in a timely manner. Why do you trust the sheriff? We don't trust the sheriff. We really don't trust the sheriff. So today there is a lot going on. There are multiple issues with actions you can take right now to make them better. 1, the murders of civilians are walking free without accountability, still wearing a gun and badge in the streets they've traumatized. 2, the horrendous conditions in the jail due to bad practice and overpopulation. The computer system issue I bring up is a part of the jail conditions and needs to be addressed. 3, 20,000 homeless people are receiving cruel and unusual punishment in the form of inhumane sweeps. There are current actions you can take on this issue, and I will be making comment again in item 47 today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brooke Marshall. Brooke Marshall.
Hello, I'm Brooke Marshall. I'm here to speak out on police brutality. The police department has a huge budget, and we need to be spending this budget on preventative services. I feel like I shouldn't have to be here asking for the people who are supposed to protect us to not kill us. We need preventative services to be funded. We need housing. People desperately need housing. And I actually run, I'm a volunteer for the crisis line for my sister's house. It's a domestic violence shelter. And I turn away people in crisis all the time from housing because we simply don't have enough beds. And we just really need more beds. It would be really way more cost effective to just, I mean, it wouldn't make money, and I think that's why we're not doing it, but but it wouldn't cost that much money to just give people beds, and it would make a huge difference for someone to just have a place to sleep, have a place where they're not scared that they're gonna get hurt, or not scared that their stuff is gonna get stolen. We need to fund housing, mental health services, education, community care, and not more cops. We need to train cops to not use violence. We need to use cops less. Cops should be the last stop. We need way more other services, and that's what we should be prioritizing. I also understand that the software for the jail is really messed up right now. It's causing a lot of people's lives complete havoc, and that should be prioritized too, and not buying
6
tanks
seconds.
or upgrading military like weapons. Like, okay, I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Debbie Woolley. Debbie Woolley.
Hi, good morning, Board. I just wanted to thank everybody that showed up today to be part of our civic duty to run our own government and that we all have a voice. So thank you so much for the time. The first thing I'd like to do is to let you know that every other Thursday we are having a constitutional study class. We just finished the Making of America, and I was so inspired by this material. And I just wanted to let you know in a thumbnail what I learned. I learned that fascism and Marxism and socialism and capitalism are not the issue. It's a continuum between tyranny and anarchy, and we need a government that's the right size. That's what I learned, is that too much government is a tyranny and too little government is anarchy. And we want to have a country where we all participate. So that's why thank you all for being here. I also wanted to get past the compassion and responsibility words that are used as propaganda. When I hear it's the right thing to do because it's the compassionate thing to do, I think that is being used as manipulation. And I just wanted to say I am compassionate, and I get to use logic too and feelings at the same time. My individual rights come from God, not from government, and I just wanted to let you know that we are having another class starting up called The Making of America, starting April the 6th, the same place. And you're all invited, and this is our government, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Next is Meg White. Meg White. Meg White. I'm going to move on to, oh, you're coming. Okay, sorry, dear, I didn't see you. Are you need to, okay. Oh, don't worry about it. Let me get the Zoom down. What is that?
And Madam Clerk, excuse me, Speaker, before you get started, maybe call the next 3 names so folks can be ready.
Yeah, so
Might make it move a little
if we can get Diamond Stingley and then Greg Cassis and Ryan Harris, if you don't mind, maybe lining up in the middle here on the stairs, and that would work. Thank you. Is that okay? You can just stand on the stairs. Oh, okay, babe, that's fine. All right. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
6 months ago, Jaime Naranjo was gunned down in his own front yard during a mental health crisis. Today, we're here with the same demands that we had 6 months ago. As the statute of limitations expires, we still don't have the records being released by the sheriff, and the Naranjos still have not received all of their personal property back. Just a few months later, Sharano Stingley was beat to death during a mental health crisis by the Sacramento sheriff as well. This board has been completely ineffective at providing safe emergency services to low-income and Black and brown communities. Having an untreated mental illness makes you 16 times more likely to be killed in an encounter with the police. Here in Sacramento, you're 4 times more likely to be killed in an encounter with the police if you're Black, and 7 times more likely to be incarcerated. The Sac Sheriff is ripping families apart, and this board seems to be more concerned with civil discourse than the loss of life. While you're able to hide behind the fact that the sheriff is an elected position, you actually hold all of their funding. We demand that all of the personal property as well as the records are released for Serrano Stingley as well as Jaime Naranjo. We also demand that you pay mental health workers a competitive wage and invest in advertising for the positions so we can actually stand up and have these positions filled, as well as voting yes on item 19 to fund non-police alternatives. Desmond, you accused anti-racist protesters of wanting to tear down something that you had built up. Tonight, instead of civil discourse keeping you up at night, I hope you sit and think about what you would want for a system that killed your family member with no accountability. Thank you.
Diamond Stingley. Do you guys need the camera?
Yes. Yeah.
You want to sit it in the middle?
Right there, okay?
Yeah, because I'm going to make it bigger. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm the daughter of Serrano Stingley, and I'm coming to tell a story. I am my father's voice, and I'm going to recount for you his last moments alive. During the early mornings of December 6, 2022, I was in a mental health crisis. My schizophrenia was causing me to be paranoid, confused, and anxious. I was trying to get back to my house where I live with my daughter. When I made it to my block, all the houses looked similar. I was confused and afraid, felt like someone was chasing me. I started frantically knocking on doors looking for my daughter. In state of panic, I tried to hide in my daughter's car for safety. When I realized it wasn't my daughter's car, I kept frantically searching, losing my shoes, leaving them scattered around my neighborhood. As I continued knocking on doors looking for my daughter, one of the neighbors called 911 because they were confused as to why am I knocking frantically. That would be the last door I ever knocked on. Without identifying themselves, Sacramento Sheriff ordered me to show my hands and get on the ground. When I complied, they continued to yell commands. Next, they pulled my shirt over my head, hit me with a flashlight. I was scared and confused, wondering what I did wrong. I just wanted to get home to my daughter. More officers came and continued to excessively beat me. After I was in cuffs, I lifted my head to breathe. It was shoved back down. I wasn't trying to hurt anyone. As the officers continued to beat me, I grunted in pain, told them I was just trying to breathe, and grabbed on a sleeve to stop them from hitting me. As I pleaded for my life and called out for my daughter, the officers beat the life out of me. After Sacramento Sheriff killed me, they continued to drag my name and lie and call me a thief, lying about tasing and choking me. They stole my life and left my daughter to pick up the pieces. So you're telling me that if somebody is trying to make it home, that's okay to kill somebody. I want all of the body camera footage to be released. I want the 911 call to be released. I want the officers to be held accountable. I could tell, Desmond, you don't care because you're not making no eye contact. You're gonna make some eye contact, and you're gonna help this. I want all the 911 calls. I want you to film me. You're gonna film me. You're gonna film me.
Thank you for
How
your
would you
comments.
ever make somebody dad
Thank you for your
yell
comments.
their daughter's name? You're gonna film me now.
Thank you, Speaker. Just be advised, we're looking at a screen in front of us of the video you have.
Watch the video.
Okay, thank you.
Greg Cassis. Greg Cassis.
You don't want me to talk to your board like you sent her over some trees or whatever she was doing? You don't want me to talk to your board either? You don't want to send me to your council? It's not that important, right?
Okay, Mr. Cassis.
Excuse me, we have other speakers, please.
Mr. Cassis, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Greg Cassis. My wife and I have lived at 3935 Park Road for 41 years, and Park Road is essentially within Del Paso Park. The history of how our isolated neighborhood is sort of interesting, and in the 1960s, a freeway was planned up Walnut Avenue, and if you've ever wondered why the off-ramp at Auburn Boulevard is so big, That's because of that freeway that was anticipated to go through there. As you come down that off-ramp, if you look over to the right, you'll see horse properties, and go down Park Road. It's a very bucolic neighborhood. After the off-ramp was scuttled and the freeway was scuttled, make matters more difficult, this neighborhood of ours became a sliver of Del Paso Park, which is really out of the way from the closest city residential neighborhoods, making routine city police patrols of the Del Paso Park almost non-existent. Concerned residents in our neighborhood now rely on the City of Sacramento Parks Patrol Services, an agency that is spread thinly among the many city parks. Residents, other interested groups, and park users have demonstrated their pride of ownership in the park over and over again with voluntary brush cleanups. The gentleman that spoke earlier here told you how many tons of garbage he's taken out of the creek. We, as neighbors, have trash pickup days. Mira Loma High School has been a valuable participant in these cleanup activities as they use the park for their biological activities.
6 seconds.
Our neighborhoods have long wondered why this small sliver of property was not under the jurisdiction of the county, given its geographical and political
Mr.
location.
Cassis, if you could wrap up your comments, please.
Thank you, Mr. Cassis. Your time is up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Ryan Harris.
Hello, good morning. I did have a speech planned to talk to you guys about. I was going to inform you, Pat, since you had shook your head that you weren't aware of what Sue Frost and Ann Edwards, this lady over here, our county executive for Sacramento, did. Nonetheless, it's very rare that we have very many people in here. So thank you all for coming. My name's Ryan. I come to these meetings pretty much every time they have one.
Excuse me, Speaker, I please direct your comments to the board.
Can you refrain from speaking during my turn?
Well, we need to be able to hear you and see you as well.
But I've come here so many times you don't hear me.
Okay. Your public comment is to the board. Thank you. We can't get your comments on the record if you're not speaking in the microphones as well.
That's fine. You muted my mic before. Do you want to keep going with this?
Please go. Please continue, sir.
All right. That's right. They don't have to reset my time because I respect your guys' time. Nonetheless, I'm letting you guys know what kind of people you are dealing with. In my last meeting, you guys could go look it up. I asked each and every one of them if they are racist or they support racism. I got through everybody except for Pat Hume when Rich Desmond did cut me off and said this is not appropriate. You are not here to put us on trial, or what was it that you said, Rich? You could talk now if you like. All right. You see the pain? You see the pain?
Okay. I'm not going to allow excuse me. I'll stop your time.
Yeah.
Stop the time for now.
That.
I'm not going to allow outbursts from folks in the chamber. Please just be respectful for the speaker and their time. And whomever it is. And keep in mind that since this is off agenda, we cannot have a conversation about the items.
I have
and
a
if
video
we're looking,
that shows you how.
And if we've told your time for now, so we'll pick it up in a second. And also keep in mind, if you put something on the screen here, that we're looking at the screen in front of us so we can see what you have on the display. So thank you. Okay, please proceed.
All right. Well, I have videos, multiple videos, where you guys have gone against county council and spoke up. In fact, Kenny Patrick, you've advised me to do something, and when I did, the police came and arrested me for following you. Okay? So keep that in mind, you guys. Every time I come here, this is a reflection of me trying to come here. When I come here, there's hardly anybody here. I'm not saying I organized this. I'm nothing a part of this, but it's great to see this because it shows that other people out there are hurting as I. What are you guys doing about it? To the people that's here, we got to get these people out of here because they're not doing nothing about it. They're supporting these things happening. When is it going to change? When is it going to change? I didn't get a chance to ask last time. Pat Hume, are you racist or do you support racism? No. You are the only one that said no. Thank you, sir. I will applaud that. And with my remaining 1 seconds, I advise the rest of you to watch as none of them but Pat Hume were able to say no.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Catherine Sirachi. I hope I didn't butcher your name. Okay.
You did good. Thank you. Hi, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to just be able to come. I'm with the same group as Deborah and Patricia, and basically what we're really asking for is we want to be prepared when we come here, reading the agenda ahead of time and getting it on the weekend or the Friday before the weekend before you meet when it's over 800 pages, sometimes over 1,000 or even more than that. It's really hard for us to be able to fully grasp what we want to come and address. All we're trying to do is stand up for our constitutional rights. We want to work with you in government. We don't want you making decisions that are not in the favor of the public. And so we're here to address that, and we'll be here every week to address that. All we're asking is that you would take time, give us at least 5 to 7 days, if you can post the agenda early enough that we can disseminate it and determine what we want to address in coming before you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Michael Seaman.
Thank you very much. I'm Michael Seaman. I'm an Arden Arcade
Can
resident
you pull the
since
microphones up, Michael?
1978.
Pull the microphones up so they're both next to you. There's another one there, too. If you stand in the middle of them, we can hear you best. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Michael Seaman, Arden Arcade resident since 1978, and I've witnessed our area's decline. I care about our open space and our parks and my community. I'm very concerned about the loss of open space and the deterioration of parklands. Del Paso Park is one such place. Sacramento County really needs to pay attention to it. There are overarching public interest reasons why the county should be involved. And it's also part of the county's designated environmental justice area. So would really appreciate if you would pay attention to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ron Jellison.
Good morning. I'm Ron Jellison, longtime resident Sacramento County. I represent a grassroots movement this morning of thousands of supporters, and we're here today asking the board to start the process of moving that portion of Del Paso Regional Park east of Watt Avenue from the city of Sacramento to the county of Sacramento ownership. For years, the city of Sacramento has attempted to divest itself from this portion of Del Paso Regional Park. Back in the day when recreational activities were at a peak, the Sacramento Board of Supervisors authorized the sale of property in Carmichael that was destined for county park purposes and invested the proceeds in infrastructure in the city-owned Del Paso Regional Park. The County of Sacramento not only has an interest in the safety of county residents using the city park and the well-being of county businesses and neighborhoods surrounding the park, but a very large financial interest as well. A prospectus for our proposal today was put together by the Mission Oaks Recreation and Park District. We believe that our proposal not only has merit, but is economically viable. We are looking to make county communities safer, and our supporters believe that this is a worthy endeavor for the County Board of Supervisors to consider. Thank you. And just a shout out to the River City Waterway Alliance that has been so helpful in our efforts in Arcade Creek to keep this area clean. It's a monumental task. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ron Jellison.
Yes.
Did I just call you?
What's that?
Were you Mr. Jellison?
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, Clifford C.
Clifford Lee. I'm a resident of Sacramento Social Housing. I'm aware that they're trying to receive funding for their program.
Sir, excuse me. So we're going to be. So this is a timed item, item 47. We're going to be talking about this in detail during item 47. Can you please hold your comments till then? Because that'll be a much better chance to have a discussion with county staff about this issue as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, Elisa Danner Naranjo.
And Madam Clerk, can I just confirm with you, so the folks who are here for 47, will you put their names in queue, Dr. Green and the last speaker?
Yes.
Okay, to make sure. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Elisa Dar Naranjo. I am Jaime Naranjo's widower. Once again, just what Meg said, I would like to have some kind of closure, and I would like answers: why, when, why, how, whatever. I want my property returned to me, and I want the police report and everything. You guys didn't know what kind of person my husband was. One day he was doing a job, and he came out of the yard to go to his car, and there was a homeless guy, and the homeless guy was by his truck, and he said, "No, what's going on? Are you trying to steal from me?" And the homeless guy just put his head down. So Jaime told him, "Look, instead of you stealing from me, why don't you come work with me?" He brought him and to work with them. He paid him what he paid his regular employees. He brought him home after work, gave him blankets, jackets, shoes. He said, "You can't stay at my house but here so you can be warm tonight. And if you want to continue to work, just show up every morning at 6. Jaime was the kind of person that would open up his heart to help anybody. And all I asked for was help because he was having a crisis. And the help I got was you guys murdered, not you guys, but the sheriff murdered my husband. I just want some closure. I need the closure. I'm tired of sitting in my room 24/7 because I don't know what's out there anymore. I don't know if I'm going to go outside, I'm going to get harassed, I'm going to get murdered. I don't know. But I need the closure.
Thank you. Doug Ossie.
Good morning. Doug Ossie, 4013 Park Road. I'm here on Del Paso Park to ask that the board direct staff to work with us as we approach the city on a transfer of property east of Watt Avenue from the city to the county. It's a complex issue. It requires LAFCO's involvement. The city has a veto authority on it. Our rationale for asking this is that you heard Mr. Cassis, who's lived in the neighborhood for 40 years. Same with Mr. Jellison. We've lived there. My wife and I have lived there for 25. The city, respectfully, this is just an observation, not a judgment, but the city has not done even a de minimis amount of maintenance on that park since we moved in. They have a $120 million backlog in the city park system today on parks that are surrounded by residents of the city. This is a park that has no city residents within 2 miles. The obvious priority for the elected officials of the city of Sacramento is going to be on the parks where their constituents live. And I get that. I mean, that's just obvious. This park is surrounded by county residents. It's in Mr. Cerna's district. The constituents actually are in Mr. Desmond's district. We're here today to ask you to direct staff to essentially convene a group of neighbors with the city and try to figure out how to move this land from the city to the county so that programs and services can be developed in the park that pay for themselves and that the park can be properly maintained. I would be happy to serve on that particular group. I have some experience in operating in public
5
parks.
seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
So,
Erica.
thank you, Speaker. And I just want to say very quickly, I have had conversations about this issue, and I know we have others to speak on this, but would like our county exec to have that conversation with your counterpart in the city, and Supervisor Stern and I will continue to have discussions about it as well. So I appreciate you being here, and encourage you also to advocate at the city council as well.
My name is Erica Naranjo. I am Jaime's daughter, and I don't want to talk about him being viciously murdered in his own front yard by the sheriff when he needed a mental health crisis. Instead, I'm going to show you a video of how silly my dad was. Is there a way I could... Can't see it, huh?
Not, let me see.
He's doing yoga with my daughter.
Let's go and do yoga, but in your mind, you have to think that you like somewhere where you like to go. No, you have to think the place that you like, okay? Let me see, I'm going to do mine. You do yours, okay? Then, at the end, you're going to tell me where you went. You do. You know where I went? Went to Labor yesterday. Where did you go? Hey, where's it works?
I went to Hawaii.
Careful, don't get too close there. No, look.
I went to Hawaii.
You never been in Hawaii? No. I'll send you over there. What are you doing, Erica?
Taping you
No,
guys.
for real, Erica, right now, I pretend. I know, but my feet like this.
No, like this.
Yeah, I know, but my feet like there.
That's who my dad was. Not a crazed man with a machete. He needed help, and he was gunned down. No remorse. We still have no answers. My mom is broken. My family is broken. I am broken. I lost my hero. I lost my best friend. And no one cares. My dad is gone. My hero is gone. A pillar of the community is gone. He was a dad to
Ms.
everybody,
Erica,
a friend
can
to
you
everybody.
wrap up your comments, please?
My dad is gone. Where is the accountability? Where are
you.
the answers?
Thank you for your
you
comments.
said you were going to help us, and
Sorry.
you didn't do nothing, and you're still not doing nothing. My
Thank
dad
you.
is gone. Imagine if you lost someone the way my dad died. Imagine if you left your daughter the way my dad left me.
Okay. The next person is Robert Cappy. I hope I said that right. Thank you. Okay. Robert Cappy, C-A-P-I, Cappy.
Maybe put the list on the
Yeah,
screen, maybe.
sorry, I'm
Well,
trying to get it together.
yeah.
Robert. Okay, we'll have to move on. So Juliet Poro. Are you Robert Cappy? Did you just walk in, Robert?
You misspelled my last name.
Oh, okay. Are you Robert?
It's Robert Copeland.
Oh, okay.
Copeland.
Sorry about that. Come on down, Robert.
I want to speak about the sheriff's shootings. Have less people getting shot by the sheriff's department, especially when they're in mental health crisis. Have mental health technicians, because I belong to a disability a group. We don't want to see people getting shot by the sheriffs or anybody else. And if there's any video cams, have them show that. We want the whole truth on who's getting shot and why. Because a lot of shootings are unjustified. Thank you.
Thank you. Juliet Poro.
One of our speakers, Frankie Christie, she's having some heart trouble, and she asked me to hand out, when I'm done, her copies of what she was going to give. So,
Okay, yeah, you can.
but I have my own.
So just hand those to the clerk when you're done.
Yeah, we'll get it out. Okay.
It doesn't have any sound.
Okay. There we go.
Good morning, board. Whew. My name's Juliet Poro, and I live in District 3. I'm a constituent of Rich Desmond, and I've also seen a lot of Phil Cerna lately. I'm here today because of the City of Sacramento's Council District 2 Peninsula, which is in my community, and it's a problem. The peninsula area east of Watt contains the Del Paso Regional Park and a remnant stub of parkland, which Mr. Cassis mentioned about the freeway bisecting there, the remnant stub east of Auburn. And my neighborhood is right next to that end piece of city land along the Arcade Creek. And I had no idea how close to a city boundary I lived until I started needing help from the city for issues in their area. And I found out just how unresponsive City 311 is to our area. We can get help when we need it from our county services, but not from the city. The park is also a city park, and it's not being given the attention it needs to be a desirable park. It's not a safe place to go. The city doesn't have sufficient park patrol or security like nearby county parks do. And security is really required to see the positive effects of actually enforcing the park violations. Instead, we have a lot of crime ranging from illegal dumping to drug dealing to even a suspicious death last week in the natural habitat area where there were some encampments. And this park is extremely run down, and the city doesn't make ongoing financial investment for the maintenance that's needed. And we understand why the city would need to prioritize parks in areas where their constituents live. But it's time for a change for this park in our community. Please? And please help us start a path down to that. Help us make our community better. Thank you.
Thank you. Keon, it's your turn.
You know, there really are too many names of loved ones that have been killed by the Sacramento County law enforcement agencies, and we can't say them all within a 2-minute time limit. And worse, we live with the knowledge that there will inevitably be more because not a single officer in Sacramento County has ever been charged for any of these murders, even though the vast majority of them were unarmed or in a mental health crisis. The Sheriff Department is among the worst. They have refused to name or fire any of the deputies who have performed extrajudicial killings and often refused to release body camera footage of those or investigation reports in violation of state laws such as AB 1421 and AB 748. Toronto Stingley's murder is being classified as an in-custody death, despite the fact that he was beaten to death in front of, on private property. At what point will you, as elected officials and policymakers, feel a sense of urgency to end the police violence inflicted upon communities of color? I don't believe you actually care. In case it needs to be said, every single county official in this room right now, including you all sitting on this board, is paid no less than 6 figures, a 6-figure salary just to sit here and listen. And oftentimes that includes the county staff that are sitting there, sometimes sheriff deputies who were sitting here back in December and did absolutely nothing, said no comments, but were getting paid 6 figures. And while hundreds of people come in here on a bi-weekly basis, and oftentimes for comments like these, we have to wait hours doing this for free. We're oftentimes left with no real answers or any real action from this body. And what do you all care most about? decorum, the respect of civility within this discourse. If the attitudes and behaviors of the majority of this board, the DA and the sheriff and other county executives are the measurement of civility in this chamber, I take your hollow criticisms of our bar conduct with a grain of salt, a gigantic grain of salt. Because this is absolutely ridiculous that you care more about whether we are following two rules and that you make your own clerk of the board do your dirty work, Chair.
Thank you.
Is pretty damn disrespectful.
Keon,
Thank you.
There's
Keon.
nothing respectful about it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Frankie Christine. Frankie Christine. Oh, okay, thank you. Mackenzie.
Morning, board. It's been a minute. And love flow. Good morning, board and everybody in the chamber today. My name is Mackenzie Wilson, and I'm a community organizer for Decarcerate Sacramento, the Sacramento Tenants Union, and just generally, I think, Sacramento. I want to name that I give thanks for everyone who came in today. Even though we do not share the same understanding or have a shared deep analysis of the devastation, it is the devastation that brings us all here in this shared space looking for solution. The truth is, y'all know, we've been speaking to y'all about the many solutions. And with numbers like this, and the fact that numbers like this will only continue to grow, that means that solutions will no longer be able to fall upon your deaf ears. And for that, I give thanks too. The solutions are simple. Be brave, be bold, be imaginative, and begin to invest money into us. Us in our care, us in our access to choice and opportunity. Invest in housing, food access, mental health and substance use services, good paying jobs that don't carry guns, parks and recreation, education, you know, all the things that make our communities healthier and safer and therefore a whole lot freer. I know you think you do, but we tell you, even the numbers again today show you that it is not enough. It does not meet the magnitude to which these basic needs are needed, and we can't afford to keep letting people live outside, die at the hands of law enforcement, and worse, die at the hands of austerity budgets, otherwise known as another form of state violence, wielded by you. Community is in here too often begging for food and housing and an end to police violence for folks in your seats to really believe that something is being done about it. We need y'all to admit that this shit is broken, that y'all can do better, and that this community are the experts on what we need, and then we need y'all to start making sure that we fucking have it. Isn't that supposed to be how this works? I'd like to thank everybody for your time and for your willingness to fight for the better future that we all together deserve. We'll keep doing this with you every fucking week.
Thank you, Mackenzie.
I don't think the mic's on. Jeffrey, is it on?
Yeah, hang on one second.
Flo?
Yeah, I'm trying, but
Oh,
I
okay,
think
that's
someone's
right.
trying to help me. So
Just one sec here, please. Jeffrey, let me stop the
Yeah,
time here.
okay, there we go.
Reset it.
Working now? You want to do that one? All right, that's a good. Good morning, board. Can you hear me now? Yes. Unintentional consequences. I am here to remind you as you make agreements with the city and the county, there are unintentional consequences. You're hearing some of them. More importantly, you know, for you, Mr. I believe it's Desmond, but I'm sorry, I have a difficulty time now even seeing more than your face. Can't read the names or anything else anymore, unfortunately. You need to simplify what goes on your agendas so that people understand what is needing to be heard and said. The other thing that needs to happen here is you need to, is this working now better?
They couldn't hear. Sorry about that.
Okay, it's off through there. And as you
know with me, I try not to be up here. I try to just be listening to you when you have things by Zoom and everything else. Please facilitate that. Please make sure that the commitment is out there, that people can understand what you are doing. I was here last year when you had the thing with the jail. I talk about that because you knew before the public spoke for 11 hours decisions that you were going to make. Would have been helpful if you would have informed the public about that. Right now, I'm going to speak later on item 47 because I am part the PIT coordinator and involved with this is knowing what's going on. And here you are with something that you should have known about through your homeless committee. And it looks like my time is about up. So I will again remind you that I'm here and I hope to work with you on that Watt Avenue property about how in the world you form a better and more effective. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Tartaguia. Okay, next we have Mr. Charles Duckworth. Yeah, give me 1 second, I'll hook you up. Hang on. Okay.
A little tighter if you could. I'm here to further speak about moving the area known as East El Paso Park into the county from the city. I'm putting this map up to give a frame of reference for what park we're talking about. This is a map of the city of Sacramento, and I'm going to zoom in on the portion of the park that we're talking about. This little piece of land, divided by that red line by Park Avenue, is the park that the city ignores. It has often been called the park too far. We get no patrols out there. We get no police patrols out there. We get no ranger patrols out there unless we call them. The community calls them, and then they'll come out. But in the meantime, we see sheriffs and highway patrol driving by. We'll see 100 sheriff vehicles drive by a park that we never see a city police officer drive by, and yet that park is under city patrol. It's a bad spot. I'm gonna read a letter. We've talked to park districts, and this is a letter that we received, and I think it says really well what we're talking about here. Lisa Gonzalez is the manager of Arcade Creek's Recreation and Park District. This is a quote from part of a letter that she wrote to us. We understand that having a park owned and controlled by the city of Sacramento, which is surrounded by the unincorporated city residents, is an undesirable and untenable situation. City decisions for the parks are made without fear of any neighborhood repercussions. County voters do not vote in city elections, and county residents must
Mr. Duckworth,
endure.
could you wrap up your comments, please, because you're beyond your time.
I'm sorry.
You can also submit the letter in writing to the clerk's office, so we'll review
All
it.
right.
Thank you.
Anyway, I want to thank you guys for considering this too.
Thank you. Regina Vasquez? Pardon?
Item 47.
Oh, okay. We'll get Regina.
Thank you.
We'll get you on there. Let me just write that down. And then if we could have Nikki?
Yeah, I want to begin by thanking the families for sharing their pain, their rage, their stories, their time and energy in this space with us in Sacramento. Whether or not these people care, we care, and we love you. We're sorry. We're sorry that the system is what it is and has failed families across the county. Our indignation is different. You are indignant because we yell in a room where usually people talk at measured tones, because we speak out of turn in a room where people usually speak in turn. You are mad because of our unwillingness to not feel what we feel. And you want to make tighter rules, tightening the rules, and what you don't realize is that just squeezes the indignation, right? So we are indignant. Like I said, our indignation is different. We are indignant because when we call for help, armed officers of the state murder or beat us instead. Or at the very least, don't help, jail, an interaction that is going to carry trauma for time ongoing if you make it through that situation. Do you see how those indignations could be different, Rich? Do you see how we could feel an anger that maybe doesn't fit into these walls, into this box, and how that's appropriate? How that's appropriate when we look at histories of state violence and we look at the way this board continues to reinforce those mechanisms, to continue to never ever use the power of your budget to make these sheriff's officers behave differently. You have opportunities you consistently don't use. You have opportunities you consistently don't use in order to support an ongoing violent white supremacist system. So do something different.
Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you.
You probably won't.
Okay. Barry. If we can have Barry. Barry, I didn't want to butcher your last name. Barry?
Axios.
Thank you, Axios.
Morning, Board of Supervisors. I believe my comrades and the families, they're speaking the same language in the sense of there should be no reason and no way that people that are suffering from mental health episodes should die by the hands of law enforcement. And in these moments, we continue to fail. It's embarrassing, and at the same particular time, there's no end to it. The simple fact that none of these families have had any type of closure, there's been no accountability, it almost victimizes the victim all over again. So are we saying that law enforcement was in their right to kill these people in their moment of mental health? Are we saying that this is the kind of precedence that we want to show in our community in Sacramento County, that when there's a mental health episode, black and brown, law enforcement will come and then they will assassinate innocent people because we have this moment? This is a day of reckoning to see that the pain of these families. You're just agitated for a moment this Tuesday morning. They're agitated for the rest of their life. Because their loved one, their hero, the particular person that they look to be their father figure has died by the hands of law enforcement. And unfortunately, there's no resolve because it doesn't seem like we're not connecting the dots, and no one on this board is doing enough to make sure the families understand what is actually going on. That's why they come here frustrated. That's why they come here angry, because they have not heard enough answers, not enough solutions. And us as a community, we've given solutions, and our solutions have not been heard. Utilize the budget and put it back into the community so we can help police ourselves.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
Okay, if we could have Serena Calvo. This is our last in-person public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, and this is my first time here, so I'm a little nervous, but I'm here for a great cause, and I'm with Sacramento Self-Help Housing. I've been a house leader.
So, excuse me, can I cut you off for a second? I'm sorry to do that, but so we're going to be talking about that more in item 47. So we'll be having a much longer discussion, and there are several speakers on that item. Could you please hold off? The clerk will put your name in the queue to speak on that specific item. This is for off agenda, for things that aren't on the agenda.
Not a problem.
Thank you very much.
No
I appreciate that. And is that our last?
Wait, Mr.
Okay,
Morris
got
is
it.
here, and that will be our last.
Yeah, hi,
Okay, please stop the outbursts. All right. Excuse me. Okay, I'm going to read an announcement. Your behavior and shouting is interrupting the meeting. It's disrupting the meeting. Please, I'm asking you to please stop yelling so we can continue the meeting. Okay, I'm going to recess the meeting right now. We will stand in recess.
My name's up here, sir.
We're in recess. Your name will stay in queue.
Okay.
And read a statement. The purpose of these meetings is to make sure we create an environment where everybody can be heard, members of the public can be heard. It is not here to pass judgment on a specific point of view, one way or another. I'd ask security, please close the doors in the back of the chamber. So I've asked the folks disrupting the meeting to stop. They have not stopped, still disrupting the meeting from outside the chambers. So since the people disrupting the meeting have not left or stopped disrupting, I'm going to recess again, and I'm going to clear the chambers. Going to be asking everybody to leave the chambers, and we will readmit folks back into the chamber to continue, certainly, sir, starting with you, public comment, and for people who are here to speak on agenda items. Members of the media, of course, members of the media will be allowed to remain in the chambers. So with that, I will call a recess and ask security to clear the chambers. Call this meeting back to order at 12 p.m. and ask the clerk to please establish a quorum.
Good afternoon. Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Frost? Here. Hume?
Aye. Here.
And you have a quorum.
And Desmond's here as well. Thank you. Thank you. So let's pick up where we left off at off-agenda public comment. I believe we have 2 speakers for off-agenda, several on the phone, and Madam Clerk, I'd ask you to please close the queue for further off-agenda comment.
Okay. So we're going to close the queue for the in-person and phone.
And for phone off-agenda,
Correct.
yes.
We'll close that now. And so, Mr. Morse?
I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was a friend of Jaime's. He would come to our street every week and cut lawns for several people on the street, and we'd talk in Spanish and in English, and we had good conversations about his property up in Red Bluff and his plans in life. And he was one hardworking, humble, genuine person, and I just want to speak to the tragedy of him being killed. In Mexico, a lot of people pack around machetes. I've seen 3-year-olds packing around machetes. He used one at work. He had one in his hand, and he was shot by a police officer. I just want to speak to that tragedy and to speak to promoting the notion of getting more social workers in the field and people that can handle people that are not in their right mind at the time for whatever reason. Also, I had a kind of a bad experience with one of your sheriff's officers, just to give you an idea of the lack of training. It was a person that was quite disoriented. They were wandering out near our country farm, in 100-degree heat, and one of the neighbors called for a wellness check, and 2 of your county sheriffs arrived, and the woman comes up towards my shop, and I'm ready to give her a glass of water since it's 100 degrees heat. Two sheriff officers pull up, get out of the car. She's standing next to me. I'm ready to give her some water. One of the sheriff's officers lowers his head from me to this woman over here, lowers his head, charges her, grabs her like this, hauls her back to the police squad car, shoves her in the squad car, slams the door on her, and I said, what are you doing?
You have 5 seconds.
I said, you have to have a little patience. And their answer was, we've run out of patience. Well, if you have people that are sheriff's, police officers that are out of
Mr.
patience.
Morris, can you please wrap up your comments because you're beyond your time?
Some work needs to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and now we will call Martha Esch.
Greetings, Supervisor. Can you hear me here?
Ms. Esch.
Martha, you can stand at the podium. Yeah.
Okay.
You can pull the microphones down a little bit if you need to.
Martha, do you need to put something on?
Yes, yes, I do.
Get that situated first, and then we'll get you going.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's take a look at it
Correct.
real quick.
Okay.
Is that where we're at?
Oh, it's a little bright, but.
And it's smaller. There we go. Okay.
This is my one of my paintings of one of our Main Street buildings. I'm an artist in Locke, and I own the bed and breakfast in Locke and the ice cream parlor down below. I hope everybody comes. Open on weekends. Okay. I am here to apprise you of something that was just offered to me from someone with a good legal mind and who's been watching the Locke Management Association and Locke manage the transition of it a couple of years ago to becoming the Locke Management Corporation. And they've opened my eyes to some things that I've never thought about before, even though I've been ensconced in Locke for over 20 years. The Locke Management Association was created as a common interest development. It's very similar to a homeowners association. In 2004, it was created by the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors in dual conjunction with the Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Agency. It was created to parcel the buildings privately and then to, is that all the time I've got? Oh boy, I'm going to need an agenda item possibly for a future meeting. Our association has turned into effectively turned into a community service district without any resolution by the board nor voting of the property owners, the general membership of the common interest development. And they have not held any general
5
elections.
seconds, Ms. Esch.
Thank you. I'm going to need an agenda item in the future. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Supervisor Hume. I would love to have a meeting with you because we've got much to show you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so now we'll move on
Go to off agenda
phone.
comment by phone.
Correct. So I will ask if you could transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Sandy. Yesterday, something tragic and horrific occurred in a sister state. I would like to take a few minutes to take our thoughts and emotions to that occurrence by reading a statement by Pastor John Hibbs of Calvary Chapel, Chino Hills, California. As I read this statement and invitation, please recall that our nation was founded in Judeo-Christian values, and when we take our Pledge of Allegiance, we recall that our nation is under God, and that God is the God of the Holy Bible. He states in his statement, Was the act of insanity in Nashville an act of random murder or a targeted act against Christians? The answer to that question is yet to be known regarding the Nashville Christian school shooting victims. But this we know. It should be evident to all who are keeping a finger on the pulse of our nation that we have come to a crossroads that will most likely determine the destiny of the United States. The horrific and senseless attack in Nashville, Tennessee is a commentary on the soul of America, and it is clear that America's soul is sin sick. Here's why. The gospel has been rejected by our government. The word of God has been rejected by woke pastors and churches, and our nation has loosed itself from the moorings of God and his truth. The Bible tells us that God's grace is what protects us and sustains us, and without his protection, we have no safety whatsoever. God has warned us that if we push him away, we leave ourselves unprotected and vulnerable to the evils of the human heart and man's fallen nature. The only answer to what's happening in our nation is not more laws, and certainly not more gun control, because the laws cannot change the human heart. Only Jesus Christ can do that. By God's grace and invitation, we can stop this together as a people. Let us rend our hearts, asking God to forgive us of our sins, and pray that God will forgive the previous sins of our nation. It is now incumbent upon you
5 seconds, ma'am.
to consider joining us live Wednesday evening, March 29th at 7 p.m. as we dedicate our service to praying for our nation and seeking God for his mercy. Pastor Jack Hibbs. I will forward this to the clerk so that you guys have access to the link.
Thank you for your
so much.
comments, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is Jack Blattner with the Sacramento Metro Chamber, representing over 600 member businesses in the 6-county area. And we wanted to speak this morning, or this afternoon rather, just about the city-county partnership agreement on homelessness. We were so pleased that you, the county, and the city reached that landmark partnership agreement back on December 6th. And we were so happy to see the press conference at City Hall. And we're excited for further progress on that agreement. As you may have seen in the letter from our VP of Strategic Initiatives, Jana Abbott, this agreement made December 6th the effective date of implementation for the city's Measure O. And so the city is now starting to face Measure O's binding deadlines. And so as that happens, we're looking forward to updates from you to the county on how to further that homelessness agreement, especially in this inclement weather we've been facing in the last few weeks and few months. We really do need those shelter spaces now. So please know that the Chamber stands ready to help in any appropriate way. And we thank you for your consideration and look forward to hearing more about the partnership agreement soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. I'm just going to give it just a few seconds. Okay, so that ends our public comment for off agenda.
Okay, thank you. We have another off agenda item here. Check my notes. This is for off agenda. We need to determine the necessity to hear a presentation and adopt a resolution recognizing March 23rd as American Red Cross Month. Were you supposed to read that, or was I?
I was, but thank you for helping me.
Well, thank you.
So you'll call for a motion.
So I'd like to, obviously the reason for this is because we are in the month of March, and if we don't recognize it this month, we won't be recognizing it in the appropriate month. So I would look for a motion.
Second.
Please vote on the necessity.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, I'll let you read the second part then,
Okay,
Madam
and
Clerk.
then we will also need a motion to approve the presentation and adoption of a resolution recognizing March 2023 as American Red Cross Month, Gold Country Region. and Gold County region. And just want to make a note that you will actually take this up as the presentation when you open up your presentation items.
Got it.
Make that motion.
Yes. We have a first and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so that will take us to our consent calendar. Madam Clerk, you have a few, I think, things to read into the record.
I do. So for your consent matters, items 2 through 41, for item number 5, you're adopting an ordinance amending Sacramento County Code, Chapter 4.07, relating to tobacco retailers. You waived reading on this on March 14th. You're adopting, for item 7, amendments to Sacramento County Personnel Ordinance 2.78.415A to adjust the current requirement to conduct a salary survey annually to every 5 years. You waived reading on this on February 28th. You are also adopting an ordinance for item 13, amending Section 90 of Ordinance Number 703 to establish a speed limit on Elder Creek Road from South Watt Avenue to Hedge Avenue. You waived reading on this on March 14th. You're introducing an ordinance for item 17 to amend Chapter 6.99.268 of the Sacramento County Code to update the annual renewal requirement on a Class A cottage food operation registration. Waive full reading of the ordinance and continue to April 18th for adoption. And that concludes my notes.
Okay, thank you. Then I will look. I think we do have public comment on a few consent matters. I'm going to look now to my colleagues and see if they have anything they would like to comment on or pull off consent. I'll start with Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a brief comment on item 18.
I will read that into the record. Item 18. Authority to accept $5,277,065 of opioid settlement funds over the next 18 years to support opioid remediation activities in Sacramento County, and also to approve a salary resolution amendment adding 7 full-time equivalent positions and reallocating 2 limited-term positions to permanent.
Great, thank you. So my brief comment, Mr. Chair, is this, and I brought it up during my briefing with Ms. Edwards and others, that I want to make sure that going forward, as we use these rare settlement dollars for such an important undertaking in terms of education around the opioid epidemic and hopefully preventing now fentanyl deaths, that we are focused on the substantive implementation of programs. I know that this action today includes adding 7 FTEs, and my concern, as I expressed it in my briefing, was seeing what I consider to be a substantial number of folks here that would be paid presumably from the settlement. I want to make sure that our admin costs are kept in check and that we're all focused on doing what I think we all can agree is most important, and that, again, is preventing deaths and addressing the opioid addiction effort or problem. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Frost.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to go on record as a no vote on item 37.
Thank you. I'll note that for the record.
Okay, Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. My comments also pertain to item 18. I don't know if it has to be read again or if I can just go ahead and make my comments.
No, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
Okay. I share a lot of the concerns expressed by my colleague, particularly with adding on full-time positions with limited funding source. But more importantly than that, I just would like to paint the magnitude of this issue that we're facing. I just heard a report this morning that finally we are looking at coordinating with Mexico to try and quell the flow of fentanyl into the United States. And last year there were 70,000 reported deaths from opioid poisoning. That's the equivalent of almost 200 people a day. That is a full commercial jetliner crashing every day. And it's poisoning our friends, our relatives, our children. Putting Narcan in schools is not the solution. We have to stop the flow of fentanyl. And it should not be referred to as an overdose. It should be referred to as what it is, poisoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, since it did come up, item number 37, I didn't want to take away from our guest speakers that we have today, so I wanted to speak now and really just to say one thing, and that's to thank my colleague, Mr. Cerna, for bringing this forward. It's incredibly important in what we're seeing happening around this country and within our own neighborhood, so thank you, Mr. Cerna, for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
And that will be an item that we're be doing a presentation on. There will be some further comments. Supervisor Cerna, yes.
In fact, that's what that was the reminder I was
okay.
just going to offer. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I'd like to briefly comment on item 21.
Okay. Item 21, this is the authority to execute an expenditure agreement with Blue Zones LLC in the amount of $700,000 for the term beginning beyond board approval through June 30th, 2024 for the Dementia Friendly Communities Project.
Thank you. I'm very supportive of this and excited for this. I know it's a relatively small amount of money, but for those of you who aren't familiar with the Blue Zones project, it's been around, I think, for about 25 years, studying cultures, countries throughout the world to see best practices in how we treat older adults in our community. And I'm very happy that this is in front of the board to get funding for a feasibility study to look at what some of these best practices will be in Sacramento County. This was an initiative that was started by Governor Newsom and former First Lady Maria Shriver to look at how can we tackle the root causes of Alzheimer's and brain health for Californians, obviously, that have a disproportionate impact on older Americans, older Californians. So very supportive of this, and just thank staff for bringing this to us today. Okay, now do we have public comment on
We have
consent
public
items?
comments on item 37. So I'll call up Mario Guerrero.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mario Guerrero. I'm president of Sacramento Stonewall, organization of 300 plus members, and I myself reside in District 2. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. I'm in support of today's resolution supporting our transgender community. Our transgender community is under attack in many states, counties, cities, and school boards across the country. These governments are passing laws and ordinances that restrict the ability of our transgender community to just live their lives, restricting their health decisions, restricting, including just being able to use simple facilities and resources. So I thank you so much for taking up this resolution today, especially in this county that I personally love. On a more personal note, I have an intelligent, beautiful, one-year-old baby girl. I want to see her grow up in a world, in a country, in a state, in a city, and in a county where we protect those who are most vulnerable. I am saddened for Supervisor Frost's vote today on this issue, but I am thankful to the rest of the board for your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Lisa Bunker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lisa Bunker. I'm a recent transplant to Sacramento from New Hampshire, where I served 2 terms in the New Hampshire State Legislature as one of the first out trans people in such a role in the country. So I am on the front lines of the current culture war, as I would prefer not to call it myself, regarding the existence and the legitimacy of the existence of people like me. We trans and non-binary folk are under concerted, sustained attack in the United States and elsewhere around the world today. It's political theater. It is cynical and manipulative outrage manufacture. We are being unwillingly co-opted into a war in which we want no part. We simply want to live our lives in peace. Trans is real. It has always existed. More and more people are coming out as trans and non-binary because there is safety, there is language, there are role models that there did not used to be, for example, when I was a young, unexpressed trans person in the 60s and 70s. It's not a new thing. We are completely harmless. We are of no danger to anyone. We are your neighbors, your relatives, your friends, your co-workers, the people in your church. We simply want to take advantage of treatment options that are available for us so that we can live our best, most authentic lives in peace. And I'm disappointed that there was not a unanimous support for this simple motion today in this body. If I'd had a chance to speak before I knew how the vote would go, I would have urged you to join Sacramento schools in the city of Sacramento in unanimous support of a motion that simply affirms the right of a misunderstood and persecuted minority to exist. Thank you for your attention.
Anna Marie Smith.
Yes, my name is Anna Marie Smith. I'm the Communications Chair of Stonewall Democrats. I really support the Trans Week of Visibility declaration. I regret that this vote, unlike the votes in front of the Sac City USD and the Sacramento City Council and Mayor, they were all unanimous, and it's a pity that the county can't follow in their excellent leadership. We want this week of visibility first to celebrate achievement, because transgender persons are wonderful achievers, in some cases overachievers. Let me point you to Laverne Cox or M.G. Rodriguez, wonderful actors. Dr. Rachel Levine, a 4-star general just sworn in our public health corps. And Lisa Middleton, mayor of Palm Springs, and our own Evan Minton, who is here today. He outshines all of us. He is a nationally recognized expert on transgender advocacy. We also do this because we want to affirm human rights. And what is a democracy when it does not recognize the most vulnerable among us and the human rights violations that they are enduring every day? Whether it's violence on the street, whether it's cynical, opportunistic laws being passed here and there to just cause trouble, or whether it's simply being asked to wear a stigma in order to receive a service. This is wrong. We oppose that. Finally, this week of visibility is an opportunity for transgender folk, and we are their allies, to organize, to see themselves being seen by their democratic governments. I believe you have a duty before you. I applaud the fact that 4 of you have fulfilled that duty, and perhaps next year this could be unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay. Evan Minton.
Hi, my name is Evan Minton. I want to thank Supervisor Cerna and our allies on the dais. I've lived in the Sacramento region for over 20 years. I am the son of a war veteran, and I'm the grandson of a highly decorated veteran from World War II. I am the keeper of his gold star. I have the honor of holding many roles, including being the co-chair of the Lieutenant Governor's Transgender Advisory Council and of being a member of the Sacramento County Mental Health Board. However, my most valued role is being that of Uncle Evan to my 2 little nieces and nephew living in Mr. Desmond's district. I want you to know that transgender people are your neighbors, they're your community members, they're your voters, and they're your constituents. We are teachers, government workers, students, members of the unhoused community. They're your and doctors. Right now, we find ourselves being politicized against our will. Across the country, politicians are stumbling over themselves to pass bills to harm our community. In fact, it's 434 bills across our nation to this date. And locally, transgender kids, and I know this because I receive phone calls from their parents on a daily basis, and our local schools are being bullied. They're being made to, they're encountering stigma and having to use the restrooms. And even transgender adults are being scrutinized when we use restrooms. That's in our public sphere, in our public space. And cumulatively, these efforts attempt to rob trans people of our health, our safety, and our happiness. And they put our lives at risk. That's why this Transgender Week of Visibility resolution is so important. Your I vote, well, it would have meant a clear signal
5
that
seconds.
you rise above targeting certain communities being used for political gain or gamesmanship. A unanimous
If you
vote
can
would have
please
meant
wrap
that
up your
you,
comments.
thank you so much,
You're
that you
beyond
care
your
about the
time.
dignity, respect, and safety of all constituents. And I want to thank our allies on the board
Evan,
for
please wrap up
uniting
your
instead of
comments,
dividing. So
please.
thank you so much to our allies. I really appreciate it.
Thank
with
you.
much respect.
Evan, and when supervisors,
Just a process comment here. So I'll be presenting the resolution here to Evan and others who will join me at the podium a little bit later, at which time, if you haven't concluded your desired comments with your 2 minutes here, you'll be certainly welcome to continue at that point.
that's what I was going to say. Thank you. So, thank you. And before we go to the next speaker, Madam Clerk, please, I'd like to shut off the queue for public comment.
Okay.
Both on the phone
we
and
will-
in person. Thank you.
Absolutely. Next, we have Heather Moss. She's out? Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Nikki?
Yeah, again, we'll just start by thanking the community that made this happen. Watching what's happening across the country is so devastating for, obviously for people who are trans, but also for people who love people who are trans. And I am proud to be in a county that is having a different direction and step. So thank you guys. Yeah, it's really very important. We talk a lot about mental health. We talk a lot about housing. We talk a lot about discrimination and the way that these things intersect for the trans community. People have spoken to it, but now with this additional, and people said it so well, unchosen culture war against people's existence is so awful. This is unwelcome. People are trying to live their lives and, showing them love and being a part of a loving and supportive community really keeps people alive. It keeps people well, keeps people together, breaks isolation. And so, yeah, I'm down to rock with y'all forever and this week and be, making beautiful community because that's what we do. We come here and we tell you guys blah, 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 this or that. But it's because what we actually do is make beautiful community, and sometimes things get in the way of that. And so I'm glad that this isn't. And I do hope that you can change your mind and maybe get to know folks and see how beautiful people are, It's important to be reflected and to have our governments not believe in who we are and how important we are. So I hope you change your mind.
Thank you. Carlos?
Hello, my name is Carlos Montes Ponce. I'm with the ACLU of Northern California, and I just want to say that we're here today to stand in support with everyone who just spoke and everybody who will be speaking. We do want to thank you, all of you who have standed here with us, in support. And, unfortunately, not all did, but we hope that, with time we can begin to work together. We just want to reiterate again, and we want to thank Evan for inviting the ACLU of Northern California to work alongside with everyone. And we hope, that we can continue to push this forward and we can continue to create a positive relationship with all the Board of Supervisors moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next we have Kim.
Hi. I come to you today speaking to you as a resident of District 4, as a physician, a patient advocate, and most importantly, as the proud parent of a confident, joyful teen who happens to be trans. Historically, the LGBTQIA+ members of our society have hidden in the shadows. Over recent years, it's become somewhat safer to become visible in the many parts of our society, although discrimination obviously still exists throughout. Unfortunately, over recent years, it's again become increasingly unsafe, especially for our transgender members. In 2023, thus far, as Evan said, well over 400 bills have been proposed across the nation, and every day that number of bills increases. It's gone up dramatically just in the last few weeks to limit the rights of our transgender children, teens, and adults. Alongside these bills come hateful rhetoric insisting that citizens who are trans don't deserve to have the same freedoms as cis Americans do. And in some cases, that rhetoric says that our children, our loved ones, don't deserve to exist at all. In the past weeks within Sacramento, both Sac City Unified School District, who passed a unanimous resolution, and the Sacramento City Council passed important resolutions honoring the Trans Week of Visibility and affirming the rights of students and staff. I thank you for passing the same. I thank the four of you. Supervisor Frost, I'm so disappointed as a member of your district that you chose not to support this bill. My son will be so disappointed as well. I want to invite you to come Thursday night. His artwork, which is his heart and soul, he has a piece that shows himself as a trans person and shows the chaos of the environment, anti-trans environment, and what that represents to him. Will be shown at Folsom High School. I invite you to come meet him, come see what this does to him. Thank you.
I just wanted to respond and say if you can reach out to my office at Supervisor Frost at saccounty.gov. My scheduler can see if I have that time available, and I would also like to say that when I look at people, I look to their heart and soul, and I think, you know, sometimes these types of political issues can be divisive, but what I want you to know is that I would be interested in meeting with you and learning more about the legislation that's happening so that we can have that conversation, and I thank you for inviting me. I don't know if I can come, but I thank you for the invite.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost.
Okay. Samuel?
Hello, I have something.
Okay, let me get you set up.
Oh my God. Okay, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Samuel Lewis. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a Black, trans, non-binary, queer individual. I'm here today to uplift my trans queer siblings in Sacramento and to show the council what real transgender visibility looks like. March 29th, I will be 1 year on testosterone, 1 year of getting life-saving gender-affirming care. Never in my life have I felt more physically more aligned with my whole being. I want to say that without the gender-affirming care I've received in the last year, my likelihood of being alive today would be much, much smaller. The most revolutionary thing you can do in your lifetime is to be authentically yourself. Being Black, trans, and queer in a country built off of white supremacy as the normality is a revolutionary act of defiance. Simply by living in your truth, you show white America and everywhere else in the world that perpetuates fascist colonialism that you will not be confined into the boxes that chained my enslaved ancestors. I am a revolutionary. I denounce anything that belittles my handsome authenticity. I will not be shoved into a closet and have the key be thrown away. I will be loud, brave, seen, and heard by my communities, and you will not ever silence me. You cannot eradicate me. Right here is a list of transgendered women who have been murdered, let alone in 2023. The one on the bottom happened March 24th. was a black trans woman who just turned 18, and her life was taken, and she had so much life to give. I'm very disappointed with not all the council doing the basic thing that you can do is recognize people for who they are. It's like the least thing that you can do. But yeah, thank you.
Okay. Keon?
I'm here to stand in solidarity with my transgender siblings in support of this resolution. But I also want to point out, just really quick, that when you said before that you don't actually engage in back and forth or commentary in response to public comments, that actually you have been doing that. And that was one of the most upsetting things that caused a young woman, a black woman, who you did not make eye contact with or even direct to any additional services, so upset that caused that shutdown. But you know, you're going to pretend like how that really is. I appreciate the gesture, of course, always, like a resolution, you know, remembering transgender people, of course, is absolutely necessary, and it should just be like a matter of cause. But as previous speakers have said, it's the bare minimum, and actions speak much louder than words. So it is telling to me when resolutions like this come up on a given day every year and unfortunately have no binding power or enforcement ability to actually address many of the critical issues that transgender people face here in Sacramento County and across the country. They are performative gestures, whether you agree with that language or not. But, you know, bare minimum, great job. Appreciate that minimum effort. But as you can see, when it's not a unanimous vote, because one of your colleagues is such a bigoted person and closed-minded that she can't even bring herself to meet with a lot of these people to learn what they've actually experienced or put herself in her shoes or show any measure of empathy to that, it really makes this resolution appear even more performative. Appreciate the four of you for for having the courage to just do that bare minimum. But again, where's the binding policy? Where is the measures in place to actually protect transgender people? And in every other member of the community that continues to have to fight for basic recognition of their humanity. We're still fighting for that. And as you can see from earlier, there are many people of color in this community, transgender and cisgender, who are continuing to fight for their basic recognition of their humanity. I'm here in solidarity with my transgender siblings, and I appreciate this resolution, and I really encourage you all, go further. Put some actual skin in the game and make this binding policy and not just cheerful, charming words that we do once every year. This should be 365 days a year, along with declaring racism as a public health crisis and actually having resources to address that crisis.
Keon, can you wrap up your comments?
Yep, do better.
Thank you. We have a couple of folks on the phone, so I'll have you transfer the caller, James.
This is still item 37?
Yeah. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Curtis, and I'm an out and proud member of the LGBTQ community since 1974. I'm also a proud member of the Stonewall Democratic Club since its inception. I'm speaking today to urge your strong support of the historic first ever resolution to show Sacramento County's support of Transgender Visibility Week. The resolution proclaims strong support for the dignity, rights, and humanity of Sacramento County's trans, gender nonconforming, and gender diverse community. Trans, non-binary, and gender nonconforming people living in Sacramento County contribute creativity, passion, expertise, and hard work to our region. By voting in favor of this resolution and by celebrating the Trans Day of Visibility with us, we'll take a strong stand on the right side of history, and you'll take a stand for our county as a place of acceptance and love. I want to thank Supervisor Cerna and our allies on the board for their support of this resolution. And I would like to urge Supervisor Frost to think again about her vote. A no vote disallows and disenfranchises trans members of your very own district. They are humans and people full of love, just like anybody else. I'm strongly disappointed that we can't have a unanimous vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Curtis. Okay, next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. This is Sandy, Sacramento area concerned citizen. I just want to remind everyone that we are a republic with democratic principles. We are not a democracy. And so we need to remember what those things mean. And because of this, we are able to civilly have dialogue about differences. And this is great to see conversations going across civilly. We need to remember to respect each other's opinions. And I do thank Sue Frost for bringing in another perspective on this. That is my thanks to her. It's difficult to stand up in situations like this, but I do appreciate that, again, to be able to talk about differences in a civil manner. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, if you can transfer the last caller. Oh, that was it. So that was our last caller. Thank you, James.
That's the last caller on consent, all the consent items?
All of consent.
Okay. Great. I just want to make just a point. I mean, a point was brought up about supervisors exchanging with public commenters. There is a distinction between off-agenda items and how much we can engage in conversation versus agendized items. So it is a distinction, and I want to bring that up, and I think it's important to mention that the board members can have that exchange if it's an agendized item. We are limited on what we can do with the off-agenda matters, so I wanted to just raise that issue. So that concludes public comments. I see no other comments from my colleagues about the consent matters, so I would entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second with, for the record, recording a no vote on item 37 for Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Okay, unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you. So now we have a few presentations. One of which is to. Thank you. We have a few presentations now, one of which is relating to item 37. So I'll start with I'll use chair's discretion to insert the one for the American Red Cross presentation that we approved. So,
yeah,
I'll provide that presentation. Go ahead and read it into the record.
This is the presentation and adoption of a resolution recognizing March 2023 as American Red Cross Month, Gold County Region.
Okay, and we have Roxanne here from the American Red Cross, and so I'll be presenting this to you this morning. And it is my honor to provide this presentation, recognizing March as American Red Cross Month, Gold Country Region, and thank my colleagues for allowing me to add this to the agenda today. 90% of the organization's workers for the Red Cross are volunteers. The American Red Cross was founded in 1881 by Clara Barton with the purpose of carrying out its mission of preventing human suffering. There are numerous regions across the nation. The Sacramento Gold Country region, represented here today, has 25 chapters. The Red Cross continues to carry out its mission by providing emergency shelter to families impacted by devastating floods, fires, and other disasters. And I know this winter you have been kept very busy in this region. Some of its efforts include donating life-saving blood to meet the rising demand of hospital patients, supporting our nation's service members, veterans, and their families, and providing medical care and essential resources. And the time and commitment of the American Red Cross is invaluable to our community. And I thank you so much for your work. And on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors, County of Sacramento, State of California, hereby proclaims March 2023 as American Red Cross Month in Sacramento County, and further expresses our gratitude to the Gold Country region for its notable contribution and for continuing to encourage other community members to reach out and support their humanitarian mission throughout the history of our county, state, and nation. Okay, and I'll turn it over to you now to say a few words.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Roxanne Gould. I'm the chairman of the board of the Red Cross Gold Country region. And I was going to state many of the things you already did about the Red Cross, helping those in most need, giving them hope and help in disasters, or if they need blood services, helping our veterans. And so we cherish the partnership we have with the board and with the region, and we appreciate your support. And thank you for the resolution acknowledging our month.
Any comments from colleagues? Sure. None? Okay.
Unanimous. All right, thank you.
As you're walking up, I'll read the next item. Presentation of resolution recognizing Carlos Valencia upon the occasion of his retirement after 17.5 years of service.
Okay, thank you. And I believe our presenter on this is Joyce Renison. And Flo has the resolution.
Joyce Renison, Interim Director of Finance, and I have great pleasure to introduce Carlos Valencia. After 17 years of working with the county, has decided he wants to go have fun. Carlos started working at the county on June 5th, 2006. In the Auditor Controller's office in the position of accounting manager. Do you remember anything of that, Carlos?
Oh, yes.
His responsibility was to complete our financial statements, our cost plan, our court accounting, and other types of responsibilities. And he held this position for 6 years, and each of those years he accepted the GFOA Award for Excellence in Financial Reporting. And also, he was promoted on September the 9th, 2012, to lead the Tax Accounting Bureau for the division of the Auditor Controller, where he managed a team of professionals charged with responsibility of calculating property tax bills, tax apportionments for the county. And again, he was promoted, last but not least, on June 12th, 2012, to the lead of Tax and Licensing Division as the Assistant Tax Collector with the responsibilities of collecting property taxes, TOT tax, it's called utilities tax, business license, fictitious business names. And he has participated in lots of different committees, the Tax Steering Committee, the replacement of the current tax system we're doing today. We're going to really miss Carlos through that transition, and a property sharing database steering committee. He worked and increased our secured property tax rolls from 1.5 million to 2.6 million, practically doubling it. And our collection rate has remained in the high 90 percentile under his direction. So I want to congratulate Carlos, and he looks forward to time with his family and skiing and having another life after retirement. So thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. And Carlos, Supervisor Serna would like to, you want to wait till after Carlos?
Yeah, I'll speak after Carlos.
Okay. I hope I don't lose it. I almost lost it here.
There's Kleenex in front of you there.
Okay. Being the first of my family to go through college and reach this level, it's an achievement. And I wasn't expecting my brother, anybody from my family to come. and I was greatly surprised when my brother Sam showed up and my sister Ellie. So, first and foremost, I want to thank them for coming because I was totally not expecting them.
They can join you down here at the podium if you'd like for the photos, just so you know.
Okay. They like, that's an open invitation if they like. The other thing that I wanted to thank was the board for giving me the opportunity to represent the county as assistant tax collector. I know I never got presented any items. I've always delegated those to my able staff, of which Laura Jacobson has been my right arm in the last few days. My wife also came, and my brother Sam and my sister Elia. I'm a member of 8, so I'm the third of 8. So, and I was grateful that they came. I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank Julie Valverde. I think I saw her earlier. I'm not sure if she was here for me or for somebody else. But in any case, she gave me the opportunity to, when she hired me as the accounting manager, to lead the CAFR team and the cost accounting team. I did that for 4 years, and like was mentioned in the resolution, each one of those 6 years, and each one of those years we were granted the GFOA for excellence in reporting, which is not something that I claim as myself. It's just I'm just being a caretaker of things that have happened in the past, and it's just ensuring that we continue to receive that excellence award. I want to also thank Ben, who's not here. He retired last month. He would be the one here presenting if I had beat him out the door, but he beat me. In any case, I wanted to thank him, and most importantly, I want to thank my staff, Laura Jacobson and Lisa Birkenpass, who are out there, Marcy Jones, Jeff Emsley, who I had the privilege of bringing into the TAP team after we one of our accounting managers left on retirement. Also, we had the opportunity to hire Jeff Emsley, so he's here as well. And basically, they made what would be a tough job a very easy job, because much of what they dealt ahead in front of them, we were, especially the ATC, the Assistant Tax Collector Office. A lot of issues happen at the bottom, and if they get escalated, then I get busy. I was fortunate enough that many of the things that would get escalated, my able staff were able to deal with them, and hardly ever anything came to my level, so that I was basically at the Times board. In any case, it's all to the great staff that I did inherit it. As I said before, it was a caretaking experience. Others before me laid the foundation for me to continue that on, and I am ready to move on and let somebody else lead. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Carlos. And Carlos, don't go anywhere yet. So Supervisor Serna has a comment. And by the way, I've got you beat. I'm the youngest of 9 kids. So I'm really Supervisor Serna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you're probably well aware, Carlos, almost at every one of our board meetings, there's acknowledgement, recognition of folks who have 20, 30, 40 years with the county or that are retiring, such as yourself this morning. And in my tenure on the board, I have never received the kind of threats from my own staff if I didn't acknowledge you for all of the help that you have given our office over the years. They specifically mentioned that if I didn't gratuitously thank you this morning, that they were all going to kick me in the shins. So I want to say congratulations. Thank you for your service, especially your cooperation over the years with not just District 1's office, I'm sure, but with all of our offices. when it comes to property tax issues. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, we're on item 43. This is the presentation of resolution recognizing Debbie Fong upon the occasion of her retirement after more than 34 years of county service.
Okay, Mr. Fadal. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Sylvester Fadal, Director of Personnel Services. And afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors as well. It is truly a great honor to be here with Debbie Fong. It takes character, dedication, caring, and a true love of your colleagues to serve over 3 decades with the county. That's just an amazing record you've created, Debbie. Very quickly, Debbie's been with the county since 1988. She's worked for the Department of Personnel Services for a very long time in several roles. Debbie is known as the mom of the family. Everybody recognizes Debbie not just for her outstanding job, but Debbie has this compassionate heart and caring she shows all across the board. She's worked with the Employee Benefits Office that traditionally deals with all benefits and provision of medical care for our internal employees, and she's done that outstandingly over the last 3-4 years, since 2019. Debbie is generous with her time and commitment to working people, impacting knowledge freely with others. She's earned the respect of her peers, associates, customers, and the community she's served. She's always maintained the highest level of integrity and professionalism in every position she's held with the county over the last 34 years. Getting to meet Debbie really it teaches you the sort of passion she has. And I think when I first met Debbie, the first thing she did was she ran up to me, gave me a hug, and said, Sylvester, I would love to take a picture with you. I mean, the very first time you showed me empathy and care, that it just really welcomed me to the county as well. So thank you, Debbie. Debbie, she's inspired people with great compassion, love, and kindness, treats everyone with respect. She brings spark of joy to everyone she served consistently and has this recurring and nonstop positive attitude. You will be missed, Debbie. This is from your team. It says you will be missed. Everyone who has had the opportunity to meet and work with you throughout the county is going to miss you. So whereas Debbie will spend her retirement with her husband, Michael, and her kids, and enjoy more time with her grandchildren as they grow up. Her creative side also keeps her busy with gardening, quilting, Japanese bunker, nice, embroidery, and kimikomi doll making. I'm sure you're going to share a little bit of that with us. She enjoys cooking great meals and is always sharing food with everyone with gladness. Congratulations, Debbie, on your trial.
Okay, Debbie, the floor is yours.
Wow. Thank you for this honor, and to the Board of Supervisors for having me here. I think this is the top of the peak of the cake of my retirement, just to be here with you. I've always dreamed of it from the start of my career. The county has been an awesome place to work for. We have great people teaching and mentoring us. And the employees are so, caring and kind to others, and we try to give the best service we can. I appreciate all my management people, the employees that mentored me throughout my life here at the county. They're like another family away from home. So I spend here more hours here than probably with my own family at home. But it's great to have this family here, and I really miss them a lot. For these past 3 weeks, I've always been thinking about what they're doing and wishing I could bring them food. But I want to thank, James and Alice and May and Fadal, Sylvester Fadal, and all Alex Leos and Donna, Terry, all the people in my Aunt Amy, and it's just too many to state, but Hilda and all the people in my life at EBO, Employee Benefits Office, that trained me. It was the best part. The teams throughout the county for personnel services has great teams, and we try to do our best for our county employees. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the next part of our lives.
Thank you. Thank you. And Debbie, who is the family member here with you? You did not introduce.
This is my husband.
Oh, okay.
Michael.
All right. Well, he'll get to spend more time with you now.
Michael?
You have one more picture behind you.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Debbie.
Sounds like they will miss you more than you'll miss them, Debbie, that's for sure. So, okay, moving on to the next presentation.
Item 44 is the presentation of resolution recognizing March 2023 as National Procurement Month in Sacramento County in recognition of a Sacramento County's Contract and Purchasing Services Division's receipt of the 2022 National Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award.
Okay, Craig.
Good afternoon,
Procurement's
Chair
important
and
stuff.
members of the board. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you. Good afternoon again. Thank you for recognizing my staff, some of them who are here, for receiving the Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award in 2022, and also for recognizing March as National Purchasing Month. I like to say that purchasing or procurement is everywhere. Just look around the room. Look at your computer, the lights, the cameras, the microphones, the box of Kleenex. Somebody has to purchase that stuff, right? And it's not just what you see, it's also what you don't see. Your agenda management system, the property tax system, just to name a few. We might not be first responders, but we provide the goods and services and equipment that first responders need. We may not feed and aid the homeless, but we provide the supplies, equipment that the homeless need to be aided. We may not repair the levees impacted by the floods, but we provide the equipment and supplies to do those repairs. It's not an easy task what we do. Some people think it's a lot simple. You just buy things. But we need to get folks what they need, when they need it, where they need it, at the right quality, and hopefully at a fair and equitable price. This is all needs to be accomplished in compliance with local rules and regulations at the county, our policies and procedures, state laws, and federal laws depending on the funding source. And also why we try to do this is mitigating risk in the process. Just to give you a little perspective on some of the stuff that we do, we manage over 1,100 contracts for all the goods and services that the county consumes. The total spend in the last fiscal year was over $270 million. Of that spend, 45 was with local businesses, $6 million was with small businesses, and we estimated that we saved the county roughly $19 million. Our key accomplishments last year, one was the award of the National Excellence in Procurement. We're working, and that's our 19th receipt of that award. We're also working on the 2023 award, which will be our 20th. We implemented a new e-procurement system called OpenGov that my staff uses to do our solicitations. We also implemented several procurement policies and procedure updates, such as modifying section 2.56.200 of the county code that will help us be more efficient. We created some checklists to improve our processes, some quality control assurances, and a monthly review of our policies and procedures. I've got an annual report that I'm working on that your board will receive hopefully within the next couple weeks, so I encourage you, there's lots of details in there about what we do and how we do it, and I encourage you to read that. And with that, I'd like to close and just again thank you for giving us this time and opportunity to be recognized, and I'd like to have my staff come down.
Yes, please, come up for a photo.
Sure. So who wants to hold that?
Can you guys procure me some of those cool shirts?
Exactly. You beat me to the punch, Supervisor Kennedy.
this way.
Yeah, I get on this.
Here, I'll put it over here.
Am I shorter?
Yeah.
He doesn't have the shirt.
There you go. Thanks, Lo. Thank you very much.
And Craig, thank you for really highlighting and describing the importance of procurement. I mean, we could not function without the work you do. And to have this recognition, you said this is 19th year?
This is the 19th year.
That we've received this? Yeah, that is really great. And some of the savings, our jobs as being guardians of the public fisc and the savings that we see because of your hard work, I just appreciate it so much. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just want to note the sort of existential circle of life moment that they now are receiving items that they procured for us to give back to them.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so last but not least, item 45.
This is the presentation of resolution recognizing Transgender Visibility Week.
Great. Thank you.
Turn it over to Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could have Evan Minton please join me at the podium.
Supervisor, would it be okay to take a picture?
Yeah, we
with
can
our
do
whole
it.
group?
Let me, I'm going to read this in the record. So, members of the board and guests here today, as has already been acknowledged on consent, I have the great honor of bringing to us today a resolution recognizing Transgender Visibility Week here in Sacramento County. I want to thank Evan, who you heard from earlier, a dear friend, an activist, an advocate, someone that I had the good fortune of working on some of this language over the last week or so. I don't usually read verbatim resolutions. They can get lengthy, but I think given the subject matter here, I'd like to do that, to read into the record each word of this resolution because I think it deserves mention. So again, this is a resolution recognizing Transgender Visibility Week in Sacramento County. Whereas in Sacramento County, we believe in the inherent value of each and every resident of our county, including our transgender, gender nonconforming, and gender diverse residents without exception. And whereas on March 31st, 2009, trans activist Rachel Crandall started the International Transgender Day of Visibility to bring trans and gender nonconforming people together to celebrate their societal contributions, as well as to raise awareness of discrimination faced by trans and gender nonconforming people. And whereas the transgender community has suffered disproportionately in many ways, including in the workplace and in academic settings, and has been subject to violence, and these forms of oppression are exacerbated for transgender people of color, people with limited resources, immigrants, and people living with disabilities. And whereas not only does anti-transgender stigma have a long-term impact on mental health and economic and housing stability of transgender people, especially if they experience familial rejection and isolation from social support systems, but it also fuels an epidemic of anti-trans fatal violence that disproportionately impacts transgender women of color. And whereas there is increasing concern about some state and national legislative efforts that could further marginalize transgender and gender nonconforming people, which in turn drives the need to acknowledge and celebrate those who identify as such. And whereas Sacramento County recognizes that we still have work to do in our own organization at the state level to guarantee the safety, dignity, and health of our transgender residents who are our family members, friends, neighbors, constituents, and colleagues. And whereas the County of Sacramento stands squarely behind our transgender residents. And whereas transgender individuals, including transgender Sacramento County residents, have become increasingly visible in their advocacy and activism, raising awareness of their gender identity and the importance of living authentically, and our county encourages and supports their visibility. And whereas Sacramento County recognizes that all of its employees are valued members of our organization, including those who are transgender, non-binary, and gender diverse public servants. And whereas in the political times we are living in, one day or week of visibility and showing our support is not nearly enough to counteract ongoing targeting, hate, and discrimination directed to this already marginalized community. Be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Sacramento from here forward recognizes the Monday before March 31st to the Monday after as Transgender Visibility Week in the County and City of Sacramento. Be it further resolved that not only during Transgender Visibility Week, but throughout the year, the County of Sacramento will commit to reducing disparities while celebrating the history and present-day lives of transgender people by continuing to work with, support, and uplift county staff and community partners who are working towards equity and representation to improve the lives of transgender individuals in our county. That completes the resolution, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Again, very honored and proud to bring this before you. I do want to clarify something, though, because I think the audience maybe misinterpreted this, so I think it's a service to Supervisor Frost as well, is that her yes vote was affirming the consent calendar with the exception of item 37. So I just want to make that clear. So with that, I'm going to invite Evan to say a few words.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Yes. Round of applause.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Cerna. This moment is surreal. Again, I just want to thank our allies on the board. Supervisor Kennedy, thank you for your longtime steadfast loyalty to our community as well. And again, we're just your friends, we're your neighbors, we're your constituents, and this moment finds us under attack. And I want to thank the four of you for not politicizing your constituents in a way that we should never be, and no one should ever be. So thank you for being seen beyond Fox News. Thank you for seeing beyond the headlines, and thank you for standing by our side in a moment where we need it most. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna, for being one of our dearest of friends. And I would really request that the people in this room who are supporters along with us and trans folks are able to take a picture with the supervisor and our supporters in front of the dais, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely.
I would invite my colleagues too, if they choose to be down here.
That would be wonderful.
Great.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Let's put you squarely in the middle over here.
Are you taking
a little bit? I can help.
Thank you.
One, two, three.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
Where's Mr. Mr. We have public comments. We have public comments.
Okay, thank you.
We have a couple of public comments.
Oh, public comment
Yeah.
on this, the last, for which item? 45?
For 45.
45, okay.
Yeah. So if we can have Rogana Herber.
Rosanna.
Rosanna,
Oh, they have it misspelled on my screen. So sorry. Rosanna?
I saw her.
Yeah, she was here earlier.
Okay, let me give her some time, and we'll call Alan. Is he still? Did they leave? Do you reckon?
He was also in chambers. I don't know.
Rosanna and Alan?
We can also go to, do we have callers?
Okay.
Let's go to the phones and if we have any.
We do not have any
Okay.
callers. Let me just double check. James, can you let me know if we have any callers, if you have someone on hold? Okay, looks like no callers, so we'll go ahead and close the call
Okay.
queue.
Okay.
Rosanna and Alan. Okay.
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 We
Okay,
must
now
move
you're...
on to item 46.
Yes, okay. This is a hearing to determine whether to modify definition of Sacramento area for the purpose of applying the prevailing rate provisions of County Charter Section 63.
Good afternoon, Chair Desmond and members of the Board of Supervisors. Sylvester Fadal, Director of Personnel Services. Per county code and charter, in every odd-numbered year, the county is required to conduct a hearing to determine the Sacramento area for the purposes of applying the prevailing wage rate provision of the county charter. While the data collected shows slight variances every few years, these changes are not significant and do not suggest that the existing definition be modified. This has been consistent since the ordinance went into effect in 1979. The findings must be considered at a public hearing to be scheduled no earlier than March 1st and no later than March 31st. Notice of the hearing was published twice in the Sacramento Bee this month, and we have noticed the union organizations regarding the hearing. In 2021, Supervisor Natoli questioned the map that excluded a portion of District 5. Subsequently, the Sacramento area map was redrawn by the GIS team at the assessor's office to include a missing portion of District 5. And a revision of the map was submitted to the board on July 27, 2021. Today, we respectfully request that you open the hearing, take any testimony, and approve the resolution. This concludes my brief report, and I'm here to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvester. I don't see any comments from my colleagues, so with that, we will open the hearing. I don't see our clerk either. Hold on one moment. Anybody willing to open the public hearing? Go ahead. So I will open the public hearing. See if there's any public comment. We do not?
We do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing, and still no comments from my colleagues, and we'll look for a motion on this item.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. Thank you, Sylvester. Okay, moving on to, I was entertaining the notion of maybe taking a quick break, but there are a lot of folks, we're already way behind schedule, so I'll look to my colleagues to see if anybody wants to take a little quick break, or for John.
Yeah.
Okay, the consensus is to for John. Yes. That was my vote too, by the way. Okay, so we'll move to item 47. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Item 47, authority to redirect $1 million in county general fund to preserve housing supports for individuals currently sheltered in the county's scattered site shelter program.
Welcome, Siobhan.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Board. Siobhan Katari, Deputy County Executive for Social Services.
I think we have the wrong, we have the wrong slideshow up here.
Oh,
PowerPoint.
I'm going to ask Metro Cable if they can pull up the PowerPoint for item 47.
I actually don't have a PowerPoint.
Oh, sorry. I had a note on here that you did. My apologies.
Bless you.
No, that's fine. Siobhan Katari, Deputy County Executive, and I just wanted to say that I'm in chambers today with Ethan Dye, Director of Human Assistance, Emily Halkin, Director of Homeless Services and Housing. I'm presenting this item because it is an item that crosses over several of our departments that have been involved. So the goal of this item is to first ensure that folks who are being served by our scattered site emergency sheltering program through Sacramento Self-Help Housing, one of our contractors, are not displaced as a result of SSHH's actions, and that we preserve relationships with landlords so that we can continue to retain these affordable housing units. We're bringing this item to the board, to you today, seeking approval to preserve scattered site shelters that have been operated through SSHH through the redirection of $1.7 million of existing funding in DHA's budget. Due to significant financial and management concerns that we have had with SSHH for some time now, the county has made a decision not to renew our contracts for the scattered site housing program after our contract with SSHH ends on June 30th, 2023. We have not terminated the contract, but will just not be renewing it. Unfortunately, many of the property owners and landlords who have been leasing scattered site housing to SSHH have found themselves in a position of not receiving several months of rent and of sustaining extensive property damage in some cases. Many are hesitant to continue the program after their experience with SSHH. The county recognizes the importance of preserving relationships with landlords who operate affordable housing options and scattered site homes due to the scarcity of sheltering resources and the extreme current need. To this end, county staff have already begun engaging with landlords in an effort to preserve their participation in this program, and I believe almost 50 of those landlords have engaged with us to date and would encourage others to continue to engage with our teams. It's important to note that currently SSHH operates 160 beds of scattered site housing through our county contract. Based on the information that we've been provided, just over 50% of these beds are being occupied at this time. Although SSHH operates other programs and has several other contracts with other jurisdictions, cities, the County of San Joaquin, and our Continuum of Care, Sacramento Steps Forward, our contract for Sacramento County represents less than half of the beds that SSHH operates. Acknowledging the historical lack of providers in our county for homeless services, our county departments, namely DHA, has made multiple attempts over the past several years to assist SSHH through activities such as offering contract advances, providing considerable assistance to SSHH with their invoicing process to avoid delays in payment, offering the expediting of all checks when there is a delay in invoicing at the county's expense, and on providing additional funds to SSHH to help pull them through what we are deeming to be a mismanagement of funds. Additionally, the county's provided over $370,000 last October to help close the gap on some unpaid rents that SSHH failed to pay their landlords. This mismanagement includes SSHH seeking and receiving reimbursement for services and rents for which they did not pay landlords, and invoicing the county for costs they have not incurred and for the services they did not provide. Although the county has been open to requests from our providers for amending contracts when providers recognize the contract amount will not cover the services they are providing, SSHH did not make such a request. Contractors who receive federal funds in excess of a certain amount are required to provide the county with audited financial statements annually. SSHH is still 2 years in arrears on this requirement, which constitutes a breach of contract. After many attempts at assistance, the county could no longer justify extending a contract with SSHH and has begun the process of transferring the homes and clients over to new providers and securing contracts with other providers to ensure that no one loses shelter or falls through the cracks. As already mentioned, the county has reached out to landlords who are currently working with SSHH on the county's scattered site housing program to assess the scope of what is owed to them in back rent and damages so that we can find a path forward to retaining these landlords and avoiding losing properties. For this reason, we are seeking board support to redirect general fund resources from within the DHA budget to ensure that this program remains solvent and people remain sheltered. Thank you, and I'm happy to accept any questions.
Thank you, Siobhan. Appreciate the presentation. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Siobhan. I'm going to go over a few things here and ask for your reaction before I make a statement. In the last 24 hours or so, an email did go out from Sacramento Self-Help Housing, which stated a few things that I frankly find troubling from their standpoint and frankly not factual. But I wanted to set the record straight first. According to their email, due to an undelivered $1 million in ARPA funds promised by the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, the financial future of Sacramento Self-Help Housing is in crisis and uncertain. That characterization as a promise, I believe that the ARPA funds that we were looking at contributing to Sacramento Self-Help Housing was comprised of $500,000 out of District 2's allotment and $500,000 out of District 3's allotment, not general fund, not the general ARPA money. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, unfortunately, we weren't able to come through with that, whether you call that a broken promise or not. It was a proposal from, and I'm not going to speak for my colleague, but it was certainly a proposal from District 2 that we do that. And the fact is that was under the understanding that they could meet the performance guidelines and requirements that the federal government places on us, not us, correct?
That's correct.
And the primary reason that we as a county were very concerned and did not feel that it qualified for that ARPA funding, the $500,000 and $500,000, was because of their lack of providing those audits that you mentioned in the past. That was the primary reason.
That was one of the reasons. We did a risk analysis with our Department of Finance and determined that to take the risk and provide ARPA funding would not be in the county's best interest because of potential findings we may receive later.
Have we received any audits out of Sacramento Self-Help Housing?
We have received single audits other than the last 2 years, so they are still 2 years in arrears on receiving those single audits that are required under their contract.
Have we received anything more recently than that?
The county, they did submit one audit, which was the one that was three times back, and then also the county is doing our own audit, and I can't really speak to the findings preliminarily. I can say we have concerns. That audit's not yet been complete, but it will be public.
Okay, Thank you. Now, I also find it interesting that we're facing the blame of a program not working in another county. Something I find somewhat fear-mongering, to be honest with you. Thank you for that, Siobhan. And now I'd like to make a brief statement. Well, not brief for me maybe, but brief. And that's, I've been involved with Sacramento Self-Help Housing for, I don't know, it's probably close to 20 years. As a former board member myself, long before I was on this board, and someone who has worked with the very, very good people at Sacramento Self-Help Housing. I have tried as an individual supervisor over the last year or two probably closer to at least 2, having personal meetings with board members, collectively as well as individually. I've brought in county staff to meet with board members. This is not something that I take it all lightly. As an organization, I have always held in high regard and felt that the work that they do is extremely valuable in our community, and the fact that the people who are behind it, there's no malfeasance here. These are people who want to do good for their fellow human being in our community. You know, unfortunately, my feeling is that, you know, this organization and is, you know, part of, you know, a victim of, you know, a changing picture of what homelessness looks like in Sacramento County since it did 20 years ago, and an organization that started very, very small on a shoestring budget. I do know that when I was on the board, we were always trying to catch up and try to make payroll and to keep cash flow going, always very difficult, partially because the business model is based upon a lot of HUD funding, which is reimbursable. And the county has, Siobhan, I'll ask you one more question here. The county has made accommodations over the years to try to work with Sacramento Self-Help Housing and their cash flow issues, correct?
That is accurate.
Okay. Because I do know that, you know, before I was a board member, I would lobby board members and to do just that, and we never got very far. It's just been the last few years that we were able to actually, you know, break that log jam in the effort to make them, you know, whole and solvent. Now, there's also been a lot of numbers thrown around. You know, 667 people currently housed in its programs. And if these if the county's program goes away, how many people does it impact?
So currently we, and I'll ask Ethan to correct me if I'm wrong, but we contract for 160-ish scattered site housing beds, and these are emergency shelter beds. Of those, we understand just over half are filled. Between 80 and 90 people. We're still trying to get a final count. So that's how many people would be impacted by the county's contribution.
So the county's currently, we're not paying 660 people for 660
Correct.
people to be housed.
That's correct.
under this program. Okay. I guess I'll reserve the balance of my comments for later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. I'll wait till the end of the comments. I was going to follow up on a few things you said, but I'll wait to hear from my colleagues first. So, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think as staff is well aware, we the board have been in receipt of a good number of emails, other correspondence in recent days, building up to this moment where we're expected to make a decision, and whether it was a theme that was really inspired by media reports or last-ditch efforts to perhaps stretch the truth a bit in terms of what the decision entails. I'm just going to ask you point blank, and I think it represents the question on everyone's mind, or one of the principal ones, is what happens to the people if that are being served by Sacramento Self-Help Housing now, if we do vote to support the staff recommendation. I mean, that's kind of the lens I'm looking through, is fundamentally will our action result in people on the street? Will our action result in, you know, other devastating news for folks that are already, you know, trying to stay sheltered?
Thank you for the question. Our team is going to great lengths to reach out to each of the landlords that currently rents to Sacramento Self-Help Housing through our contract, to be able to directly pay those landlords, not only current month, but in arrears, as well as any damages, so that we can retain those units. Additionally, we are working with other providers to get them on board to be able to provide those services so we can do a transition. I also want to say that we've been in touch with other cities and with Sacramento Steps Forward, who also contract with SSHH, with the understanding that in recent days SSHH has has said that they may have to shut their doors if this contract goes away. And we definitely want to partner with everyone and make sure that everyone who's being served in one of those programs can stay housed. We don't know what the scope of that is right now, and we're doing our analysis, but definitely we'll work with other partners to see how we can transition folks into other programs. Our intent is to ensure that nobody goes unhoused as a result of this.
Thank you for that. So if I hear you correctly, Siobhan, the recommendation by staff suggests, maybe even explicitly suggests that the County of Sacramento will adopt the same function authority that Sacramento Self-Help Housing had until we find a provider that can do that job as Sacramento, it was hoped that Sacramento Self-Help Housing could, but unfortunately could not. And how long do we think that that's going to take?
So maybe I can ask Ethan or Emily to speak to the process they're going through and the timelines. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Emily Halkin, Director of Homeless Services and Housing. Speaking specifically to the 160 beds that are throughout 3 different contracts for sheltering, my department released a letter of interest in late December. Anticipating some change, but potentially not as rapidly. We have narrowed it down to a few potential providers. My staff are, as we speak, on the phone doing some final interviews and reviews of budget with who we hope will be the selected contractor. As soon as we get the confirmation from them, we'll work closely with the county executive in her office to make sure that we can get them under contract with at least a couple of months of overlap to aid in that transition. So I'm fairly confident. We did have good response, and we are speaking to them as you and I speak.
And Emily, are you equally confident that in the interim, when we're directly kind of bridging that time frame from the time that Sacramento Self-Help Housing stops their performance under the current contract to the time that we have a new provider, that staff can do the job that's expected, so that no one, as has been repeatedly mentioned here, falls through the cracks?
Right. So there's sort of 2 components to this. I'm very confident that because of our conversations with landlords that we can take over those direct lease payments, which has been the most troublesome part. As late as last Friday, Ethan and I were speaking with the former interim CEO. I do understand there's a new interim CEO, so we have yet to make that connection since that change took place about the service component. But in the interim, we have started thinking about how we could use some of our in-house resources, including social workers within the DHA bureaus, to do some of that bridging. But that is something we're going to have more conversations should the service component, not just the lease component, be at risk here.
And then finally, let me kind of present this as the converse of what I just asked you. If it was the will of the board not to take staff's recommendation, and I guess I don't know how to qualify it, but assuming that we all thought that there's a different approach that kept Sacramento Self-Help Housing in the picture, how confident that runs a very, very credible risk to good taxpayer dollars going after bad taxpayer dollars?
Thank you for the question. So, currently what we're asking for the board to recommend is, or what we're recommending to the board is to take action to allow us to use our budget authority to be able to pay these landlords with appropriations that DHA already has. So we're not currently asking for approval to end our contract with, or not end, but not to renew our contract with SSHH. I would not bring back a recommendation to continue our contract with SSHH, but that's not really the decision before the board right now. It's to really, how can we make these landlords whole so that we can preserve this housing?
But as I think you mentioned in your brief presentation, Siobhan, that this is not a decision point today for us to cut off a contract. It simply would have the function of letting it expire, right?
Actually, the decision today is really to use money that we have in the DHA budget to make the landlords whole so we can preserve the housing and nobody goes unhoused. The contract with SSHH is actually outside of this item. It's just a decision that we as staff have made. We've been going through an LOI process to find new providers. We made a decision not to renew the contract come July 1st. So we wouldn't be bringing you the request to renew the contract, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I've had to come up to speed on this pretty quickly in the last couple of months. I've met with county staff. I've met with representatives of Sacramento Self-Help Housing. And I want to reiterate a couple of things that have been mentioned from the dais here, and that is that nobody is alleging wrongdoing. This was a situation where I think things became unmanageable or unwieldy through, unfortunately, a greater need that existed, and I think people were trying to respond with good intentions and to do the good work. That being said, unfortunately, had we been demanding those audits as required in the contract, maybe some of this would have been recognized earlier, and we would not have gotten to this point. But I want to say for the benefit of the folks who maybe are here based off of what they've said or what they've heard, that as was just kind of the line of questioning from my colleague, is that this county is intervening at this point to try to keep people from being thrown out. We have landlords that are in arrears, that are having their properties damaged. We're stepping up and really consolidating some of this debt so that hopefully we can help stave off the tailspin that SSHH is in right now relative to owing so much back rent and all of that sort of thing, and give them time to reorganize and do what they need to do to get things in order. And so, I think what I'm hearing is that at this point, we're trying to do what we can to intervene and make the landlords whole so that they continue their properties being used in this manner, regardless of what provider the county is contracted with. Is that kind of a...
That's a great summary. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, those are all my comments for the time being, but I think it's unfortunate that we are where we are today, and I want to say that everybody is wishing that we all come out of this unscathed and that people stay housed.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. And I know we're going to have, I think, quite a bit of a public comment on this, but I do want to comment, and a few of my comments will be putting maybe a little more of a finer point or underscoring some of Supervisor Kennedy's comments, but also appreciate the comments from my colleague Supervisor Cerna, Supervisor Hume, to reiterate this is not a matter of any kind of misconduct with an entity the county contracts with. It's an issue where, because of some certain decisions and actions, and I think some management challenges, we have lost faith with an organization to an extent, and we have an obligation to make sure that who we contract with is able to fulfill the objective of that contract. And to me, it's a great irony that this board is being, and the only reason I'm making these comments is because, as Supervisor Kennedy mentioned, a lot of things have been put out there by the media, press releases, so I feel obligated to respond to these. But it's an irony that we're being accused of taking an action today that could jeopardize the housing of people, when the very reason we're taking the action that we're going to take today is to preserve the housing for these very same people. So I want to reiterate that, a couple things that Supervisor Kennedy mentioned in some of the information that was coming out, including information that was furthered by organizations that I have worked very closely with in my district. So it's very regrettable that instead of talking to my office, they just forwarded this information that certainly mischaracterizes the extent of the county's contracting with this organization. It makes it sound like we are putting in jeopardy almost 700 beds, when these aren't even, most of those contracts don't even involve the county of Sacramento. And the other thing, that this $1 million was promised to this organization. I am very proud to have worked with Sacramento Self-Help Housing over the years, have given them TOT funding out of District 3 funds. My discussion about the $500,000 was to support the acquisition of an additional scattered site shelter home where now it's being characterized, no, that money was promised to help us with operations for our existing scattered site shelters. So it's mischaracterized on a number of different levels, in my opinion. And I think it's very important for the members of the public, the advocates, the unhoused, to hear unequivocally that this board is 100% supportive of the scattered site shelter program in Sacramento County, 100% supportive of making sure people are able to stay in the housing that they have, and to expand that scattered site shelter housing that we have. I mean, Siobhan, can you refresh my memory? What was the board did? We did agree to set aside some fundings for that very purpose, to expand our scattered site inventory in the county. Is that right?
Absolutely. So last June, the board approved an additional $1 million annually to expand scattered site shelters. We haven't been able to expand that capacity due to some of the challenges I just shared with you today, but we will be looking to expand that into the future once we stabilize the scattered sites we have.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that's unequivocally clear that this is a huge priority of this body, and that no one should be under the mistaken belief that we're going to do anything to jeopardize the housing of people that are in these scattered site shelters. So thank you very much, Siobhan. I don't see any additional board members in the queue, so I'll turn it over now to Madam Clerk for public comment.
Okay, so let's move on to our public comments. We have several folks who are signed up. And so first up is Ethan Evans. And if you see your name, if you want to start forming a line here in the middle of the two aisles. I'm not trying to be mean, just trying to help the process because there's about 27 folks. Thank you, Ethan.
Yeah, of course.
You're going to have 2 minutes.
Great. Good afternoon. My name's Ethan Evans, and as of 2 months ago, I was elected chair of the board of Self-Help Housing, try to figure out what the hell was going on and how best to keep people housed. I've met with each of you with that goal in mind, and it sounds today that we have everything in common. Our goal is to keep people in housing, keep employees safe, and to protect the partners who have given to the organization and the community to try to do those things. To item 47, what your staff has proposed is necessary, just like you just spelled out. It's a bit incomplete. To ensure that 90 formerly homeless people currently living in county-funded programs stay housed, that would take immediately taking over the leases, the county being the leaseholder of those leases. We were asked to continue without a new provider in place, and that will be necessary. The service side of that is very important as well, because we may or may not be able to continue providing that service. And so as of now, it's been really difficult to get funds coming in. The rules of how to invoice have changed. There's been a lot of trying to work with us, and then there's been some backsliding. And it's made it much more difficult for us to ensure that we can keep the lights on. I think, Supervisor Cerner, what you asked is really important. The meat of it, that's exactly what we want, is the county to take over that type of arrangement with the leases, and to ensure that the services continue until the county has an operator in place. The county does not have an operator in place and didn't have it on February 8th when we were informed that those services wouldn't continue. And, you know, just to the bigger question here.
If you can wrap up your comments, please.
Yes. I know we're all tired and angry and disappointed and feel betrayed.
Ethan, can you wrap up your comments? Thank you so much. Okay, so next is Patty Uplinger.
Hello. This is not the first time I've been here. Over the last 23 years, I've been here to speak to this in this space about housing. It just seems like we get more folks that are unhoused every year. And I'm pleased to hear, I want to see the actions, but I hear the words that you're going to maintain and work with these landlords and property managers, investors, property owners to make sure that they're maintained whole. Many of them are looking to be part of the solution, and that's what it takes is a partnership to be a solution to get folks off the street. We want to make sure that these people that have a roof over their head right now, the unhoused folks, that they can maintain that, and I'm hoping that's true, and that, again, that you are going to make the owners whole and the property managers whole and honor those leases. There's more to it than just a lease with the owner. There's also utilities. And so I'm hoping that the whole package is going to be taken care of so that we can maintain this. We worked with these property owners over the years, encouraged them to lease to us, and some out of the goodness of their heart, not always out of the business aspect, have agreed to lease to us. I don't want to take up any more time, but I'm hopefully pleased to hear that we're going to vote to make these owners whole, and they'll continue to work for us so that we don't lose more housing. It seems like after the Housing Services Committee was created, we're looking on a track to lose housing. So we want to make sure that we're doing things in a positive direction. I appreciate hearing your words, Phil, Patrick. Thank you for that, and all your support over the years of Sacramento Self-Help Housing, and your votes, not just your money, but your votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jared Johnson.
Hello again. I just want to follow up and say that I think that the county has a responsibility to all of the beds in the SSH program that are in Sacramento County. That number is 560 in Sacramento. They are in the county. The livelihood of citizens of the county are at risk. It's a disaster that I don't think can be ignored by this board. The board recently voted to spend $450 million to expand the downtown jail. This board can take on these units. I believe in it. This needs to be agendized regularly. This current item gives us until June. We need to get a long-term solution for those 400 plus beds that aren't accounted for by what Sac County already pays for. A study showed that 15% of people in prison experience homelessness within 1 year of incarceration. Just as the jail to homeless pipeline exists, so does the homeless to jail pipeline. If you take on these leases, you will be reducing the jail population and saving people from the revolving door of Sacramento County Jail. In a county where homeless aren't able to catch a break from constant sweeping, the line for services is 40,000 long, 560 people are about to be dropped into the streets, and even encampments are getting full. The annual cost of incarceration of one individual is about $106,000. I calculated the average cost of each tenant in SSHH. It's $23,000 per tenant. That is around 1/5 the cost of incarcerated. It will cost $6 million annually to $16 million to incarcerate the 150 people in the proposed jail annex. Okay, let's think about it this way. We have 560 people who already are housed. They have a lease, they're approved, you can take over that lease without all the overhead processing and new applications and all that. Not to mention the landlords and tenants don't have to go through all the work of moving and stuff like that. Definitely spend the money on paying the debts that's on the agenda today, but also think about the cleanliness or like the smooth transition of taking on all of those units. We need that housing. Yeah, instead of kicking people, poor old souls, down the road over and over again, that are on the homeless streets, you could have these housings, you
Jared,
could scale
could
up,
you please
and
wrap
you
up
could
your
offer them
comments?
homes instead of kicking them down the street.
Thank you. Okay. Brooke Marshall.
Hello, my name is Brooke, and I volunteer for the Crisis Line for my sister's house, which is a shelter for victims of domestic violence. Over the weekend, I was running the Crisis Line, and I got a call that really broke my heart. The person calling really sounded like the call was her last stop before giving up. She had been through so much and was at a breaking point, and when she called, she had tried other places and was exhausted from the trauma of what she went through and from the fight that it takes to get away from it. On that call, I wasn't able to give her a safe place to go, which was what she needed in that moment. I was very afraid that after getting off the call with me, she would completely give up. I wanted to tell her not to give up, but it would be so much easier to say that if I actually had shelter to offer her. It almost felt wrong to encourage her to keep going because I know the truth, that shelter resources are almost entirely non-existent. I felt like I had nothing to offer someone in their darkest moment, when really I'm supposed to be the person that they call for help for that specific thing. I know that's heavy, but I feel the need to say it to show you the importance of safe housing for people. That call made me cry, and then it made me angry. I tried to call Daryl Steinberg, and his office was closed, which was probably good because I was very charged up. But now I'm here, and I still feel very charged up because I learned yesterday that upwards of 500 people could lose their housing unless the county does something about it. So I'm here to beg you to please do something about it. If you only knew what it was like to run the crisis line, you'd know how many calls I get and how desperately people need housing. And when I take calls, I offer the other things that we have, like counseling, legal services, employment services, and the response that I hear the most is, those things sound nice, but I want to get housing first. Isn't it so obvious that housing is the most basic human right? The decision to pick up the Sacramento self-help housing lease is a no-brainer, and I beg of you to please prioritize human lives. I also think that it should not stop there. Housing is basic, but as a society, we live in such abundance, and it is not accessible to some people. And we need to work together as a community and as the county to be creative, to figure out how everyone can not only have everything they need to survive, but to thrive. Thank you.
Richard Berlman. Richard. Okay, Preston Cannon.
And Madam Clerk, while Preston is walking up, I'd like to close the queue for public comment on this item.
And do you want me to close it on the phone as
Yes.
well? Okay, thank you.
Help me, Jesus. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Grateful afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I am Preston R. Cannon. For over 1 year, I've been renting a room from Sacramento Self-Help Housing in Elk Grove. I've been mistreated mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, and financially harmed by this organization due to their negligence. I can't tell that story right now. Today I'm speaking because SSHA says they are trying to avoid immediate collapse, which would affect and jeopardize housing for over 667 people. An immediate collapse of this dysfunctional organization would send me back into homelessness and others as well. SSHH asks, what are the human consequences? In addition to 667 blessed souls potentially losing their housing and 23 sites closing by June 30th, the immediate impact will result in 130 people becoming homeless if nothing changes. Please focus, meditate, and remember the words, if nothing changes. My question for the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is, what will you do to ensure that SSHA changes? How will you ensure that they are held accountable? What controls will you put in place to monitor how they spend the money they are entrusted with? How will you ensure that they accept full responsibility for this mess and that this never happens again? In a memo to you from Ethan Dye, Director of Human Assistance, and Emily Halkin, Director of Homeless Services and Housing, their findings in a section entitled Background found significant financial issues at SSHH that have led to their inability to reimburse landlords in full for rent in both their housing and sheltering programs, putting the program participants at risk of losing their housing. And let me get to the bottom of this. Of course, my recommendation is that you authorize the needed funds to prevent the loss of services, housing, and employment for some 180 skilled and dedicated people who work for Sacramento Self-Help Housing. But I caution you, if nothing changes within this organization, this hearing will become a common occurrence, and people like me, who deserve a stable, accountable, and reliable provider, will continue to be at risk for homelessness.
You have 5 seconds.
Thank you for your service and your time, and for caring for the least of these.
Thank you. Bobby Ramey Clark. Bobby had to go. Okay, thank you. Monica Madrid.
Hi, my name is Monica Madrid. I'm an organizer with ACE out here in Sacramento. We're mostly working in South Sacramento with Supervisor Kennedy's district. But one of the things I wanted to mention is I heard a lot about making landlords whole. But what about the tenants that are living in these apartments that are being rented? I was knocking on doors in July, talking to a tenant who lived in Sacramento Self-Help Housing, and he was getting harassed. And they're refusing to make repairs, and I don't know if he's on the streets or not. I originally thought he was talking about the SARA program, but it was Sacramento Self-Help Housing who stopped paying his rent. Housing is a human right. We shouldn't have to have tenants whether they're part of Sacramento self-help housing on Section 8, or they are just regular renters like myself. I am also a renter in District 5, and we're over here, getting harassed constantly by our tenants, or by our landlords in different ways. And so instead of making landlords whole, why don't we focus on the people that are that are living through this, and make sure that these 600 people don't end up homeless, and also in a later date pass a tenant anti-harassment policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alfredo.
Before I start, thank you, Desmond, for helping us last year on a personal level with the church shooting. I really appreciate you for that. Now we're here for SSSH, so I'm going to make this fast. It's only 2 minutes. Thank you for taking the time to listening to the report about the deeply rooted human catastrophic tsunami that is on the thin verge of breaking the levees of the natural makeshift of Sacramento County, which will indefinitely affect every resident, business, family, school, community, and neighborhood within its borders and beyond. Here's the straightforward, unadulterated truth. Currently, there are over 9,300 unhoused people living in the streets. We are the only scatter shelter program in the entire county. So imagine where your loved ones live, along with tax-paying voting constituents, friends, the elderly, children, and even some of your donors live at. And suddenly, about 600 formerly housed people are released from all corners of Sacramento County back into the streets in your neighborhoods and communities. What do you think will be the cause and effect? Due to the health reasons, many will not survive. They will die in the streets. Some, God forbid, maybe in front of your properties or where your loved ones reside with children. Our 290s, aka sex offenders, house tenants will be scattered, no longer centralized and accountable to the provision officers in conditioning for housing. Many who have gotten clean and sober will most likely relapse. Relapse brings supply and demand issues, placing a strain on county resources, first responders, both medics and law enforcement. Consequences are all sorts of crime will grow exponentially as the ones who have no available income relapse. Some tenants are even dually diagnosed, and codependency along with mental health and without medications, which could descend into violence in our communities. The percentage of unhoused women is smaller than men, placing them at a much higher risk of physical and sexual abuse. We are asking each board member to act immediately as one united Sacramento and live up to its profoundly historic name of Sacrament, meaning holy and sacred. St. Augustine described it as an outward and visible sign of an inward and spiritual grace. So please, if you can help us out with that $1 million for emergency funding, and also take over the leases of current houses and tenants, we will be very grateful. I am a case manager, so I'm on the front lines, right? All these other things that have been talked about is about my pay grade. But what I do know is that we serve these clients. We don't do it for the pay. We do it because we love to serve others and put them above ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alfredo. And Sue Lister. Did she leave? Did Sue? Okay. Sue Lister. Okay, let's move on to Michael Reagan. Okay, did Michael leave? Okay, let's go on to David Andre. Okay.
Hi, thank you for your time. I used to be an employee over here at Campbell Soup. I worked 19 and a half years. I ended up homeless. I ended up in SSHH. I'm really glad to have that bed that's there. SSHH needs improvement, and I think including to the county having oversight of every dime. And every time somebody's harassed in there should be, instead of just hiring these case managers off the street, there should be somebody who has some type of a standing with county supervisors for when somebody's harassed. There is nobody. It goes right back to a private company that runs the only tenant helpline in the area. So it's like, if I want to complain about my landlord, I have to call my landlord to complain to my landlord. So I don't know what's really going to happen there, but there's quite a few of us who are former workers here in the area, and we're in Sacramento self-help housing. So please, the interim funding and everything, if we can do, but don't lose the oversight. Be watching every dime. Please, thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Giovanna.
Good afternoon, Giovanna Fajardo with ACE. We just wanted to come and support. We believe that housing is a human right. We understand that there's certain individuals under the contract, but we think it shouldn't just be a privilege to have housing, that everyone in the county, whether they have a job, whether they're in house, whether they're in the line, should be taken care of. And so that's why we're pushing for ACA 10 on the state level, but we are asking for you guys to step up for the rest of the tenants that are still unsure of what's going to happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Cherie Dimmerling.
Hello, everyone. I'm Cherie Dimmerling. I am newer to Sacramento. I have a background in fair housing, background in social work. I've kind of seen all this, kind of been through all this. I'm not going to talk to you about what do people deserve, what are their rights, or the human toll. You know that. You already know that. Nobody wants to put people out on the street. Mistakes were made at this agency. There is no question. There was no malfeasance, as you pointed out, but they really screwed things up. There needs to be some oversight. The thing that concerns me is, for a lot of people that are talking, if you're not a business person, everything costs money. It's a finite quantity. We don't have unlimited funds, so we have to spend them in a responsible manner. That being said, we don't want people out on the street. It concerns me that there's no soft landing. There is nothing in place at this time to guarantee these people are going to have a place to go. These are the hardest to place people that were taken in. They're going to be the hardest to place if these beds go away. Somebody said that if nothing changes, nothing will change. Well, from what I've seen, they have made changes. The gentleman that was in charge is no longer in charge. Interim people have been put in place. His heart was in the right place. He just thought the money would always flow, and we know that's not the case. We have X amount of dollars to work with. What I'm suggesting is a soft landing. Keeping some of these people in place, the staff in place, to make sure that every one of these contracts are taken over, that none of these people will be out of a home. So I guess I'm saying to split the difference. Thank you, Florence. Split the difference. Work with these people, but make sure this isn't shut down until everyone has a place to sleep.
Thank you. Okay, Robert Copeland.
Well, I have a few questions. Why wasn't county auditing Sacramento self-help housing in the past? Before it became this, before it got this bad? And who are these new providers that you want to talk to take over? The public needs to know that. Are they any good? Can they do the job? And listen to the people that actually live at Sacramento self-help housing, like David Andre. He knows more than anybody, all of you put together, because he lives there, one of the places. I'd like to see more money go to these kind of nonprofits to house more homeless people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mackenzie?
Again, but now afternoon board and all a part of today's session. My name is Mackenzie Wilson, and I'm a community organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento and the Sacramento Tenants Union. On top of this morning's grief, I'm here to talk about the devastation found within item 47 that permeates into how Sacramento does housing and shelter services. First of all, it needs to be named that tens of thousands of people are living outside every night in Sacramento, and that the hundreds of thousands of paycheck away from homelessness are being failed every single day by the lack of investment into our access to resources, choice, and opportunity. This item is very scary for all the reasons. These folks are indicative of the lack of intention, lack of care, lack of investment to access and basic needs. Even the words in the document are things like the preference is that the new providers have some overlap with Sacramento Self-Help Housing, and for the smooth transition of both leases and client services. Well, words like that paired up with no other service provider and not enough resources and money means that people will go unhoused and without services. We already don't have enough services, housing, or even good paying, service provider jobs, that to meet these needs that these folks have, and to meet the hundreds of thousands of people in our community that are affected by all of these forms of state violence. Where is the money for the thousands of wet people outside right now, the ones who are cold and hungry right now as we talk about this today? We must do better. And that only looks like a radical investment into healing and holistic public health approach, into a healing and holistic public health approach to our care. The homeless and housing industrial complex is out of control. And because it's all driven by profits and the housing market and its costs, we will not find any solution to this crisis other than building public and socially owned housing. Investing in our community and the development of us and our creative mind and our limitless potential. 90 people is alarming. 600 people is alarming. Tens of thousands of people, it's all a big
5
deal.
seconds.
And I'll go just one more, because really the truth is we're about to fail. Y'all are about to fail, people. And you're failing hundreds of thousands of people right now. And so without an investment into something different right now, like $1.7 million ain't going to cut it.
Can you wrap up
yes,
your
Ms.
comments?
Flo.
Thank you, Mackenzie.
1.7 ain't going to cut it.
Thank you.
So where's the millions of dollars needed to make sure that 600 people stay housed?
Kristen Lopez.
Hello, my name's Kristen Lopez. I am an ACE organizer here in Sacramento, fighting the housing crisis. I've talked to y'all before about what's going on here, and now we're here for another complete housing catastrophe, okay? The fact that Sacramento Self-Help Housing, let this happen to so many people is atrocious, and now I am begging you to fix it. We cannot count on these outside third-party for-profit industries that are just taking money and playing with people's housing. That's their livelihood. This is people's lives they're playing with, okay? I'd like to see how long you would survive out on the street homeless in these conditions. I want to know. Especially you, Sue Frost. You're a landlord who's been notoriously unsupportive of tenant rights. So I'm counting on all of you to please, be human beings, do the right thing. There are solutions, putting funding into, the Sacramento tenants, help me. No. Community Land Trust, thank you. It takes a village, y'all. Okay. Things like the Sacramento Community Land Trust, okay? So we're what the community owns it and controls it, and it stays forever affordable. Also, housing needs to be a human right. There's a bill that exists. It's ACA 10, okay? It's going to make it so it's a constitutional right that for housing for people, right? So that will ensure that the state, the government, everybody, the government has to provide housing. They have to provide housing now. You have to. You have to.
Then can you wrap up
Please
your comments,
step up.
please?
Please do the right thing. Because I'm going to be out here telling everybody I talk to not
Thank you
vote
for
for
your
you if you don't
comments,
do
Kristen. Thank you. Okay, Jeremy. Jeremy. Okay.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Baird. I've worked for Self-Help Housing for 10 years. I have been the program manager of the Scattered Site Shelter for the last 5 years. Yesterday, I became the interim CEO. In the 5 years of its operation, we have worked very, very closely with Sacramento County DHA staff. We have helped thousands of people, many hundreds of whom were able to obtain permanent housing. Scattered site shelter is unlike a traditional shelter in that it is comprised of 29 residential homes scattered throughout Sacramento County. We have each of those homes serves as a miniature shelter for about 5 people. In order to effectuate that, we have leases with the landlords. Several weeks ago, when the county staff gave us notice that the contract would not be renewed, as a consequence, we must get out of those leases. We must vacate, we must repair the damage, and we must return those units to their owners. Recently, the county staff mailed a written communication to the landlords suggesting that the shelter would remain operational and a new service provider was being sought. The intent of this letter was to encourage landlords not to reclaim their properties, but instead to transfer the leases to a new provider. If the county has indeed secured a new service provider, we are here today to ask the county to introduce us so that we may facilitate a smooth transition. If the county does not have a new provider, then we are here to urge you to continue with your current provider until such time as a new provider is ready to take over, or alternative shelter options can be provided to the people in the shelter. We are willing to cooperate with the county in any way to avoid putting people on the street. Should the county wish to work with us to solve this problem, they can reach out to me, Jeremy Baird, interim CEO. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Bennett. Ken Bennett. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think I know most of you. Spoken here before. Y'all gave me an award a few years back for what I was doing for the homeless. I've worked for 17 years for Sacramento Self-Help Housing, and 10 years before that, I worked with WIND, with the homeless youth. And I think my concern for our people is this, and I'm going to be quite blunt. I'm about to retire anyway, so I don't have to pretend the difference. I know you've heard some unhappy clients, but it's very difficult situations they're in, and they're living with other people who have a lot of issues. So I know it's difficult, but it's better than not having a place to live at all. But I think one of the things is what we do differently, what the charisma of our agency was and still is until it's gone, that is different than what the county staff have in mind. We treat our clients like they're our neighbors. They are our people that we respect and believe in. When we go out, and our navigators go out on the street, we make friends with them. We make relationships with them. The only way you're going to get people who are very homeless, dangerously homeless, who have been homeless for years, to come in off the streets. You hear about people who say they don't want to come in, stuff like that. No, you need to build a relationship first. You need to have communication with them and work with them and be patient with them and be loving and kind with them. Whenever I was just told recently by staff, oh no, we're not going to do it that way. We're not going to do navigation that way. It's one and done, snap. You know, no case management, no work with them as people. When I worked at WIND, that's what we did with our school. I got people through school and into college. It was working with them, befriending them,
Mr.
treating
Bennett,
them like
could you
they're
please wrap
human
up your
beings.
comments?
I see I'm through.
Thank you. Cynthia Shallot. Cynthia Shallot. Cynthia? Okay, we are moving on to Dr. Kenneth Green. Dr. Green is coming. Okay. No worries. Take your time. Oh, be careful.
Watch this, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Again, Good afternoon this time, okay? What Housing First means is that we as an organization believe that every single person has a fundamental right to live indoors, even if they don't want to, but they have to make a choice. Let's look at the number of the people who will be affected by the closure of this program. There will be clients who will be evicted and employees who will lose their jobs and suffer the same consequences as the clients. Permanent support housing has earned a tremendous reputation and respect with positive outcomes by providing jobs and homes for those who at one point were unhoused. For a lot of us, this isn't just a job. We're giving something back and paying it forward. Number one, our Housing First model means we take them from the streets to permanent support housing. Number two, our program takes in registered sex offenders, 290s, to protect our communities, schools, and neighborhoods, to prevent recidivism by monitoring them. They are accounted for because we oversee them. Number three, we have an approximately 600 client-based population. Four, we continue to break barriers with homelessness, substance use, and mental health. Five, we have 39 clients since 1922 that have received permanent housing. Six, we have 190 employees, 28 interims, 52 houses right now, for a grand total of 244 permanent support housing employees, including house leaders. Number seven, on average, we have 3,022 days where we kept permanent support housing clients off the streets in 2022 within all programs. Number eight, case managers maintain approximately 35 to 50 chronically unhoused individuals every day. Number nine, HUD has released the data on homelessness. A 3% increase of homelessness happened in 2022. In total, 700 since 2022 experienced homelessness.
You have about 5 seconds.
Okay. California, okay. What I'm saying in conclusion is that there are an incredible number of people that are homeless, and it would be more devastating to allow these clients and employees to experience this horrific fate of homelessness. Please help us help them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Green, for sticking around.
Kate.
Hello, my name is Kate. I applaud those that have been in support of SSHH, and I am thankful that I had my own time with them. I was first a client, and then I became an employee. As a client, I was harassed, I was sexually molested, I was stolen from, many things occurred, and I did not get help. I got housing, not from a navigator. I stayed at a motel and saw the homeless outreach truck, and I sat on the bumper until the individual returned, Deputy Wright. He was really the only one who was very good at sending me to different places for me to try to get intakes. I waited in line for 5 years, and I finally got housing when the pandemic hit because I had MRSA twice and they thought I was vulnerable. I followed the rules. I didn't get a case manager. I didn't get any assistance finding a house. And when they cleared the house due to others having contraband, they did a search. I was the only one doing the right thing, looking for housing. And I was almost exited. In order to save myself, I applied, and I worked for them for almost 2 years. I was fired the week of Christmas and put out on the street. I've been fighting cold after cold since then, and my contention is this. There was misappropriation of their funds by far and large. They might need to be audited, but they might need to be checked for possible money laundering because there is just way too many things that occur, lies that are being told, and harassments that go on. I'm in a tent above a creek. I'm on the Cowtown property, and they gave me the thumbs up recently when they came through because I keep it clean. So if any money is appropriated, please do the right thing. You might look at TABAC's Bay Area Community Resources.
Thank you.
They're great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Odeo? Reverend Odeo? Okay. Sorry about that. Michelle, I don't know how to pronounce that. Magugel? Oh, they spelled it wrong. Okay, I'm so sorry. That didn't seem familiar to me.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle, and I'm a representative of the Mercy Peddlers in Sacramento, but I totally support Sacramento self-help housing, and I can tell you why. We are the people that go out every single day to meet the people before they wind up at the housing. And a lot of them, they really need housing. They're all not mentally ill. We support them with tents, tarps, anything they need, just as if they're living in a house. Once they get in with Sacramento self-help housing, we are thrilled. We also work with Step Forwards. I've been working with the homeless for 33 years, and I think that Sacramento self-help housing, yes, they have problems, but everybody does. And it's all about working together. So if we could come together and support them, that would be super. Because Mercy Peddlers, we have 200 people just like me on the street every single day. And this year alone, I personally provided 40 tents. Those are homes for people that are living on the street. So if we go ahead and do that, we can pull a watermelon out of a nostril. Okay? Agreed? So that's what I want to see you guys do. I want to see you support them because they are out there doing what they can to help keep the people off the street. We can't just keep giving them tents. I know I don't want to live in a tent, okay? And neither do you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Serene Calvo? She left. Okay, thank you. John Cranes or Mr. Cranes? Okay, you want to help me out?
Great.
Okay.
Got the word rain in the middle of the name.
Got it.
Okay, I feel like I'm at a funeral today. This self-help housing started being financed by hope and a prayer. They built it into quite an empire for the homeless to get them off the street. This is one of the most successful programs, it seems like, to get people into housing, and it would be a shame to lose its legacy. And I think it's very important that the landlords that have gone along with this program don't get clobbered here. They need to get paid for their homes, and they need to get their homes back in good condition, and they need to get paid for the rent that they're owed. So I wish there was a better way to finance it, but we've got to come to you and ask you for the money to try to cover this. If landlords get burned here, then we're not going to find any more landlords. Nobody's going to want to get involved if they're just going to get burned. So I'm really hoping that you find the funds, because it'll be a lot cheaper to take care of these people through this program than it will be by putting them in jail. Prisons are very expensive to run, and in more ways than just money. These people have enough problems without getting a prison record on there. That'll just make things a lot worse. So I hope you approve the money. I know it's a lot of money, but there's a lot at stake here too. So it's a worthwhile investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley Williams? Shelley Williams?
Hi, Shelley Williams, District 1. And, y'all had one job to keep these people stable in their housing. I'm not the biggest fan of SSHH. I've heard lots of horrific stories directly from current and former residents. But as somebody who used to work in the system, I've been a 211 operator, and I used to audit programs that received Housing First money from HUD to see if they were in fidelity with the evidence-based model. And I'm sorry to say most are not. I don't know about self-help housing, but most are not doing the same old practices. All that to say, I know that it's no better or worse than most programs of its kind. And I want everyone here to understand that this is the homeless industrial complex. It's an expensive and degrading hamster wheel of a system that rarely translates into permanent housing. It does create jobs and lots of salaries, and my heart does go out to the workers who are also at risk of losing their stability. maybe while we do what it takes, whatever it takes to keep these folks stable in their housing, we think about this system that requires all of these expensive middlemen and landlords to be made whole in order for people to simply have a place to exist. A system like that will always lead to shit like this. Please do so much more than the bare minimum that you could do today. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki?
Sorry, yeah, that was fire. Thank you. Oh, yeah. You know, I am glad about this plan around paying for to keep people in their places. I think thinking about the 160 beds separately from the rest of Sacramento's self-help housing actually does a disservice to the people, and it's not really authentic to how we understand funding streams to work. I think you guys know that. I think you all know that about your budget, how you move things around to make things work. We all know. And I'm not excusing. I don't think I believe that unsustainable growth over the years without consistent internal review and outcome measures are what got us here. Not just the audit situation, which is like really weird that we let that go for so long, but we'll give that to Britt Ferguson, I guess. But understanding that without continual reflection and improvement, and specifically, and this is the point that I continuously make, having the voices of the people in those programs contribute to how the programs develop new policy, engage in discipline, all those things. Those would actually be the industry standard. That would be the really best way to get the best outcomes. And we're simply not getting the best outcomes because that's not what we're doing. We gave millions and millions of dollars to create a monopoly on scattered site sheltering, which is not a good idea to have a monopoly. It's not just about that now who do we scatter to get in to this position because we don't have other providers to do it, but it also means that as people are cycled out of that program repeatedly, which is something that happens regularly as people are exited unfairly, we need tenant protections even in our shelters. It's really important. But then they're not able to access the system again because this continues to be the monopolizing shelter service system. Does that make sense? So we need to diversify our options, and we can only do that if we start letting in smaller organizations that don't have the history and the funding, and that goes to how we write our RFPs.
Please.
Thank you.
Okay, Clifford Lee.
Hi, I'd like to thank you guys for being here today. Pretty much I am the worst public speaker ever, so please bear with me. I found out yesterday the dilemma that Sacramento Self-Help Housing was going through, and I decided to write my caseworker, who I just recently met. I wrote to him as follows. In light of recent events, I personally did not want to give SSH any more drama than it already has. Please let your boss know that I will move out whenever they need me to. I appreciate all that has been done. It hasn't been perfect, but life doesn't promise perfect results. Also, let me add that I am a resident for 7 years at Sacramento Self-Help Housing. I feel I'm at the point in my life that Sacramento Self-Help Housing gives me a false security for me in the fact that it has enabled me to be less ambitious in the goals I wish to acquire on my own. I consider myself to be a successful client of Sacramento Self-Help Housing because I went from extreme depression, and worse is the confidence that I lost when I became homeless. Sacramento Self-Help Housing has given me a chance to heal, and now I'm more excited to start a new chapter in my life again in order to gain more independence. I feel I'm ready to leave the safety net of Sacramento Self-Housing and start testing my character and, most importantly, my confidence. I am grateful to Sacramento Self-Housing for allowing me this time to heal. I will be attending and finishing school. That will be my first goal. I am confident that everything else should fall in place. Thank you, Alfredo, for your ethics and patience. It is noticed and appreciated. Have a great day, rest of the day. I thought maybe that I could maybe give some good news of what Sacramento Self-Housing has done for me. Not all of it's negative. They've helped me out a lot, and maybe it's only me, but I feel lucky to have their services. So I just hope that you guys will take a second look. Thank you.
Good job speaking.
Thank you, Clifford. We've definitely seen worse, so I appreciate that.
Very good job.
Mr. Tartagia?
Hello, board. I guess a little bit of background maybe is I do participate in the homeless community, the point in time count, the Sacramento County, the statewide, shall we say, homeless. You have here your first situation where how does a nonprofit end when you've got over 500 people and you've got right now between now and May 15th probably a good 150 people that are in the process likely of having, because not everybody's going to come back. You need to figure out a better system. That's why audits are coming. It has not happened. Sacramento County needs to do better. You participated, Patrick. I appreciate the 20 years as a, should we say, native of Sacramento. This is a problem that's been growing and growing and growing. You need to come up with an effective solution. Look at this example, because there's going to be another one coming soon on your horizon, probably within the year. This is something that you knew when Bob left, that this was going to be an issue and a problem. And here you are, just like with the county jail, it's the last moment in time that you're attempting to fix it. And that fix is so much more expensive than coming up with the process that makes it work. Your idea and concept of this dispersed housing, you are, where you gave another $1 million last June, and you still haven't found anything.
You have 5 seconds.
You need to find out better solutions, and that's what I will stop with you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Tartagia. Thank you. Dr. Krishna Guadalupe?
Thank you.
For bringing this to me. Thank you.
Should have got my throat washed through it.
You want water? Okay.
Niki Rako Rakona Nikia Himakea Che. Welcome. Thank you, my relatives, for having me here. I was going to speak so much about many numbers, but I decided to change my speech. I wonder how many of you who are sitting on these chairs have ever spent one whole day with an in-house relative. Just one day. How many of you, can you raise your hand? I wonder how many of you have seen a relative die in your hands due to a heart attack. Can you raise your hand? My point is, you're making choices without knowing the population that you're servicing. And I would love to take the remaining of my time to be in silence for those of the unhoused relatives that were found dead this year. In my count, 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Regina Vasquez? She had signed up earlier and then. Ms. Vasquez? I think she had to go. She did? Okay, thank you. We have some calls now, so I'll ask.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this concludes our in-person, and I'll ask James to transfer the first caller. Let's see. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Greg Wilson. I'm with Ways Rooms for Rent. We're a small for-profit business offering shared bedroom housing to adults over the age of 18. We have 8 houses throughout Sacramento County, and we rent to all kinds of individuals, but some of those supported by Sacramento Self-Help Housing and numerous other local agencies, including the County of Sacramento itself, which we rent to aged out foster children under the AB 12 program. Since we're totally self-funded, we're only able to provide housing to individuals who have income to pay monthly rent. And so we are not a scattered site operator landlord, but we were recently delayed payments by SSHH for 6 months due to a funding shortfall that I think you guys have referred to in terms of proposed funding that they thought was promised. SSHH has referred numerous clients to us and provided several months' rent to give their clients a chance to get their aid or other income and continue paying their rent and going on their journey from homelessness to permanent housing. We are currently in contact with a client from SSHH who is 8 months pregnant, has children who are aged 7 and 11, and needs immediate housing. We're planning on clearing one of our houses to allow her and her children to get out of the rain, but again, those plans can be contingent on getting rent subsidies from SSHH, and these are the kinds of real-life implications of your decision today. We support the county redirecting $1 million to preserve housing supports. With homelessness problem increasing and statewide audit of these kind of programs pending now, is not the time to cut funding. Finally, I'd like to, if anyone would like information about us, our website is waysrooms.org. That's WAYSROOMS.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Rabbi Seth Castleman. I'm the director of Exodus Project, a program of St. Vincent de Paul. We provide wraparound services for people coming out of prison and jail here in Sacramento County. And one of the services we provide is housing for homelessness coming home to our community, to their community. We have a subcontract with Sacramento Self-Help Housing under the DHA contract through Sac County. Along with the landlords, we are also about $110,000 in arrears with Sac Self-Help Housing. They owe us about $110,000 for over the last 6 months. We are in a very strong position to take over the leases of the 3 shelters for the 15 people of some of the hardest to house people that are coming out of prison and jail here in Sacramento. And we hope that you will vote for this funding to help in the transition, and we hope you will allow us to continue these houses and to continue housing the 15 people we have in the houses at this point. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thanks. Hi, I'm with Sunrise Movement Sacramento. This is a mess, and I'm so sorry to all the people affected by it. We heard in response to board questions from staff that SSHH have said they will have to close its doors. We also heard our intent is not to cause anyone to go unhoused. But as was stated earlier today, unintended consequences. Impact does not care about intentions. I hear that staff are in communication with landlords. There is seemingly lots of conversation and engagement with landlords. And I understand the importance of preserving units, but units are not people. Are you talking to people? Are you talking to your constituents, to the members of our community accessing the service? Is there a guarantee that the specific people currently being sheltered will not fall through the cracks and be evicted in the transition, or is that just an assumed intention? Any decision this board makes impacts those people, and any decision you make must ensure specifically, not just by intention, but as a matter of written policy, that people will not be displaced. I appreciate what seems to be the intention of the board and hope that whatever decision you make, you act to realize it in practice. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes your callers.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be brief. I don't think any of us in this room want to be in this position where we're at right now. And I certainly want to extend my gratitude to those folks with the lived experience. Mr. Lee, you are a profound public speaker, and I wish you confidence in your life as you go forward. And don't ever doubt yourself, please. Mr. I believe it's Andre and Mr. Cannon, I believe it was. Thank you for your input and providing that little look into your experience. And Ken, good to see you. You're kind of the face of SSHH in my mind, because when I was in Elk Grove, we bought houses and turned them into transitional housing and contracted with SSHH to provide the management and oversight. So the first thing I did when I learned of this unraveling was to get a hold of Elk Grove staff and make sure that this was on their radar, and they had been in contact with county staff and making sure that those contracts remain in place. And as I said, I want to say to some of the folks that look, I don't think any of us here are abandoning SSHH in taking this action, should we choose to take this action. For me, it's quite the opposite. I'm trying to provide the lifeline that helps SSHH get their house in order so that they can continue and so that they can rebuild and come out of the ashes and figure this thing out. But I will say, and I don't say this with any sort of impunity or pejorative nature towards staff, but this is why I've asked for metrics, and I want to know what programs are funded and how, because you cannot improve upon that which you do not measure. And if we are just seeing the money go out and we're not holding ourselves accountable that money is being used appropriately, that's where a problem begins. And so you can't put all the blame on the folks that are scrambling, and they're trying to do the best they can, and they're trying to keep up with the demand, and they're trying to keep up with the folks who are living there and that are having these issues, and they're trying to keep up with the myriad complexities that this situation presents itself. But I think at this point, from where I sit, our only option is to assume those debts, try and help them get out of the hole, try and help keep the people who are housed from returning to being unhoused. And that's not just the folks within the county contracts, but also working with the other agencies and people who have other contracts, and just try and keep this critical link in that continuum going. Because if not, then we're just going backwards, and the little progress, and it is little progress, but the little progress that we've made will be undone. And so I will support the recommendation here today. I wish SSHH and those who are clients of SSHH and those who are standing in line trying to get into the housing good success going forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. Supervisor Frost.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask a couple of questions of, I guess, Siobhan or Emily. There was one speaker who talked about the renter complaint process, and I wondered if you could share with me is it true that the only resource is their direct service provider? Or what? I have the impression they felt like the complaint process wasn't anonymous or.
Yeah, what I could share right now, and Emily, correct me if I'm wrong, the Sacramento Self-Help Housing does have a contract not only with Sacramento County, but with other cities and partners to provide a renter's helpline. So They do run the renters helpline, and they also are a scattered site model. So from that perspective, yes, I imagine that that could be a conflict for sure. Do you want to add to that, Emily?
Yeah, the only thing I would add, that is true. They are a contracted provider for the Renters Helpline, which is part of our fair housing requirements. There are other entities that folks can reach out to directly, including Legal Services in Northern California. You do not have to use the Renters Helpline, and we are exploring new vendors as well for the Renters Helpline in partnership with our city partners in the suburban cities right now.
Okay, thanks. And I also wanted to thank Ethan Evans and Jeremy Baird and Ken Bennett for being here. I know you kind of inherited a blindside moment of, trying to fix something that kind of took you by surprise, and it's unfortunate, but I appreciate the way you've managed that, and I really appreciate that you have offered to be a partner with a smooth transition. And I also want to thank Clifford. I know Ken, I can't for years. Ken is like that go-to person. Self-help housing is that go-to entity that you hope can help that person in your district get into some kind of a shelter. And so I'm fully aware of the good work that you've done over time. I know a lot's been said, so I won't repeat, but I do want to just say that I have been a Section 8 landlord, and I know how challenging it can be. I think it's imperative that we make the landlords whole, because if we don't, we could lose those precious resources that are providing housing. Without the landlord, we don't have the housing. And I also feel like we definitely don't want anyone to go homeless. We're trying to build on what we have, not lose footing. And so I guess I just wanted to quickly ask about new tenant referrals, because there was a mention about new tenant. So will that be managed through the county, or will you be working in partnership with self-help housing until you diversify some of the resource providers? How will that work?
Yeah, thank you. So our conversation with Sacramento Self-Help Housing has been that we would really appreciate a smooth transition and want a smooth transition while we're looking for new providers. We have agreed to continue to pay them for those services that they provide to the folks who are in housing, as long as they're providing us and invoicing us for those services until we have a new provider in place, and then really are looking forward to a smooth transition. In terms of new referrals, I believe, and I'll ask Ethan or Emily to correct me if I'm wrong, that we've decided to put a halt on new referrals until we identify a provider, just to make sure we don't continue to take folks in before we ensure that we have a smooth transition. Is that correct? Okay. Thanks.
Okay, but we'll try to refer them to other entities that can help. And then lastly, I just want to say, the difficult part of this is that we're a fiduciary of taxpayer dollars. And given, the long-term situation that's happened, I think, while I feel like we have no choice, we need to make everyone whole. We need to make sure no one goes homeless. How we do that, given that we're 2 years behind on audits, and I know SAC Self-Help Housing understands what I'm saying. How we do that is important, that we, get a handle on where we're at and make sure that going forward we're on top of it, and hopefully relieving, that burden off of SAC Self-Help Housing will give them a chance to regroup and figure out how they're going to move forward. That's my hope. I'm supporting staff's recommendation as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I think that, Supervisor Serna was absolutely dead on, and I think all of us agree that why we're here today, the real purpose of being here today is not to talk about whether or not Sacramento self-help housing is good or bad or indifferent. It's to ensure that we do continue to house people. So thank you for pointing that out. That is why we're here today. However, a lot of things have been said, and as somebody who I do feel a certain responsibility, as somebody who's been in the weeds on this for quite some time as a supervisor. And that's the question, and I'm going to paraphrase, has been asked: how did the county allow it to get so bad, and how did you allow it to go so long? And there couldn't be anything farther from the truth. This wasn't discovered, and we didn't start having conversations about this in the last month, 6 months, year, 2 years. We started having, as a county, conversations with Sacramento Self-Help Housing as soon as we saw that there were some issues with their business model, the way that they were doing business and the way that funds were being spent. We didn't wait until audits stopped showing up and then, 2 years later say, oh, where's your audits? We've been working with them and coaxing and cajoling and even sending on our own audit team to get these numbers, because if we don't, we're going to be ultimately responsible to the federal government. And if we have to give money back, that's like paying twice, and that doesn't help anybody. Plus, there's a gift of public funds issue there so there would be legalities involved. So we have been working with self-help housing for many, many, many months, if not years, to rectify this situation. And that's why we're here today. We feel, I'm not going to speak for staff, but I feel that we have exhausted everything that we can do as a county to work with the organization at this point. And so therefore, that's why we are looking for other providers, which takes you to the other issue that we have a capacity problem in this county. And this is why I frankly, even as a big fan of self-help housing, was concerned when we augmented their budget, recognizing the capacity issue. I mean, just the model the way it is. If you look at one of the things that I think is commendable and one of the things that's attractive about the way that they do their business, and that's the monitor program and having peers involved. Very, very difficult to hire those folks. And I've talked with management at Sacramento Self-Help Housing for many years about how difficult that is and whether or not that is sustainable, and whether or not if you grow too fast and you can't do that, it's going to become a problem. I think that that's where we're at today. The other thing that I want to mention is because we have a capacity issue in this county with a lot of organizations that just aren't able to keep up with the need at this point, that's one of the reasons that the county recognized back in the last budget that there's a lot of smaller organizations who can do a lot of good work that can be spread across the county, so you're not depending on one or two providers only, and we can spread that out. However, we can't do that with an understanding that they're going to succeed unless we provide them with the skills and we provide them with the training and the mentoring and the ability to be successful. And that's why we put in the budget this year and actually a program to work with small nonprofits who do good work but don't have that capacity, the federal reporting requirements, taxation, all kinds of things. And that's why we have addressed that. Now, if it looks like this came, all of a sudden out of the blue, I think even people at Sacramento Self-Help Housing would tell you these are conversations that have been going on for months, if not years. And so at this point, we had to decide that as a county, that to continue down this road, it's going to put not only our programs at peril, but most importantly, it's going to put people who are in the programs, people who are in these houses in peril, and we could lose it all. And that's why I commend staff for coming forward with what's a stopgap measure to make sure that those folks aren't put on the streets. But to characterize this as something that happened overnight, or to characterize as something that the county hasn't been paying attention to, is simply not accurate. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. So I won't speak at length. I think I showed kind of where my concern is based on my line of questioning earlier, and I do appreciate everyone's testimony on the subject, and I appreciate the fact that there may be some different perspectives in the room, but that you addressed the board the way you did. It certainly does give us something to think about other than rubber stamping anything. However, I will tell you that almost every decision we make up here, we have to lean on our staff, our executive team, and it could be a large leap of faith at times, it could be a small hop. But I am confident that based on the intricacy with which Siobhan and her team have explained not just how we are going to ensure that this program doesn't leave people stranded, at the same time that we don't inadvertently or purposefully accelerate the decommissioning entirely of Sacramento self-help housing. I'm confident that we have, as Supervisor Kennedy referenced, left no stone unturned in terms of looking for solutions, giving additional time when we thought it was prudent and fair. And unfortunately, we're at this point today, and we can't kick the can any further. I refuse to do that, especially when it comes to something as fundamentally our responsibility as making sure that those that are unhoused have the resources to change their circumstance. So I will be supporting staff's recommendation with the confidence that we will be able to kind of function as a bridge, and will wholeheartedly be looking for new providers to make sure that the program doesn't die a swift death, and that we can not just play defense as we're, I think, forced to today, but play some offense and see the program grow in the future, because we all know that as successful as a program as it is or could be based on its potential, we have a serious challenge in this county in terms of the order of magnitude of folks that do need our attention and do need shelter and certainly do need services to prevent them going into homelessness and to bring them out of it. So I look forward to affirming that with my yes vote.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. And I'll look to our clerk. I think there was someone who got disconnected, so I will allow one last public comment by phone.
Okay.
Before we take action.
All right, thank you. James, if you could transfer the caller, and then I do have a title correction on this item, and I'll read that into the record when they're finished. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes, and I do apologize for
it's okay.
the technical.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Name's Pinky.
Yeah, you can go ahead and start now.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I want to say thank you to all of you guys. I hear everybody's comments coming in, but as everybody sat in that room this morning and made their comments on item 47, I, amongst other organizers and leaders, are getting text messages across Sacramento. One that came in was, "Hi, I'm calling from Sacramento Self-Help Housing, but I'm being kicked out on the curb today, and I'm sick as could be. I was hoping that there was something you could do to help me keep from being kicked back onto the streets, at least until I get better." I'm not going to say where they're at. This house still has a month to go before it closes down, and they're giving us no help, just kicking us all back on the streets. As that comment came in, I had received another text message from another client of SSHH saying that they were being kicked out in the rain and had nowhere to go. I hope you, as the county and the city, come together and really pull your guys', excuse my language, heads out of your butts and figure this out. These clients, these people, these humans are being displaced with nowhere to go, with no resources, and it's got to stop. We have to have a solution today. We have to have the resources for these people, and we have to make the change, because the change is now. And thank you for calling me back and let me get back in. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, what was the change in the?
Let me read that into the record. The corrected title is Authority to Redirect $1 million in County General Fund to preserve housing supports for individuals currently sheltered in the county scattered site shelter program and redirect up to an additional $700,000 to preserve housing for households currently housed in the county's flexible housing pool program for a total of $1.7 million.
Okay, thank you. And I think all of that's encompassed in the staff recommendation.
In the staff
report.
recommendation,
Okay.
correct.
I just want to make some closing comments just very briefly. I really thank Supervisor Cerna for calling out the staff and their efforts, and Supervisor Kennedy referencing that a lot has been done on this for a long time. And I, too, am confident that staff has really left no stone unturned in trying to avoid where we find ourselves today. But I to agree that this action is necessary today. So with no further comment, I'll certainly entertain a motion. Second. Okay, first and second, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for everyone who participated today. Okay, let's move on to item 48.
48, okay. Item 48 is to authorize the Director of Airports to execute.
Oh, excuse me, Flo.
Yeah.
Our county exec had a comment before we move on to
Well, I just want to know if we can,
item
because
49.
of the time, address item 49 right now so people can leave.
Great. Yeah, no, thank you. I was going to address it after this. I forgot. You're right. So we are going to actually continue item 49. Do we have a date?
Yeah, we can continue item 49 to April 11th. I won't assign a time yet, but we'll continue it to April 11th.
Okay, so moved.
Thank you.
Okay. Now item
Unanimous
48.
vote. Okay, I'll go back and read the record. Where are we? Item
48?
48, thank you. Authorize the Director of Airports to execute the agreement for architectural and engineering consulting services at Sacramento International Airport between the County of Sacramento and DWL Architects and Planners Incorporated for a total maximum 7-year term and a maximum payment amount of $35 million.
Hello, Cindy. If you like, you can. Well, it looks like it's going to quiet. It's quieting down. Now, so.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Cindy Nickel, Director of Airports. We wanted to present this item as a timed item because it marks the beginning of our SMF Forward capital program at the airport, and we're excited to get going. With the award, this item is to award the design contract for the first three airside projects, which are all airside projects that are part of SMF Forward. As you may know, our passenger levels have returned to the 2019 levels that marked the high for the airport in its entire history. Our airlines are now asking us to add gates and other terminal facilities to better serve our passengers. Flo, do I? Just the down? Oh. Thank you. So just obviously the down. Got it. Thank you so much, Flo. We issued an RFQ&E in October, and we received 4 responses from DWL Architects, Gensler, Jacobs Corrigan, and Woods Bagot. A 5-member selection committee reviewed the written submissions and interviewed all 4 firms. The selection committee unanimously selected DWL Architects and today we're requesting that the board authorize me to enter into an agreement with DWL to provide architectural and engineering consulting services for the 3 airside projects that are shown here and include the pedestrian walkway between Terminal B and Concourse B, the adding some facilities and gates to Concourse B, and also adding baggage and ticketing to Terminal A. I'm going to talk about those a little bit in a minute. I wanted to just point out, by the way, the maximum contract value is actually $35 million. So your materials in the board item are correct. This is a typo. I apologize for that. The term would be for a maximum of 7 years. And looking at the design services shown in the matrix there, I would point out that the conceptual and schematic designs for the pedestrian walkway have already been completed, and under this contract would be done for the other 2 projects, Concourse B and Terminal A. The DWL folks would also be doing the design development, construction document preparation, and technical support during construction for all of these projects. This slide provides some highlights of how we plan to deliver each of the 3 airside projects and their cost. So the pedestrian walkway is estimated to cost $140 million, and it's not shown on the slide, but it's estimated to be completed the second quarter of 2026. The Concourse B expansion of 6 to 8 gates is estimated to cost $250 million and is estimated to be completed in the second quarter of 2027. The Terminal A expansion, which is mostly ticketing and baggage, is estimated to cost $50 million and is estimated to be completed also in the second quarter of 2027. The total cost for these projects is $440 million, and I want to point out and emphasize that it is not going to be funded in any way from the general fund. Rather, it's going to be funded from actually 6 new sources that weren't available when the big build happened, but it'll include federal grants, low interest loans from the federal government, passenger facility charges, cash generated from airport operations, and revenue bonds that will be repaid with airline rates and charges. I also want to mention, you can see here that we talk about CMAR. That is Construction Manager at Risk. So we plan to deliver all these projects using that method, which we're doing now for the Terminal A restroom project. I'll describe that process in a couple minutes. Here you can see where each of the airside projects are located. So in the middle, you can see the pedestrian walkway there that will be parallel to the automated people mover, or APM. I want to just point out that the 12-year-old APM is actually operational 98 to 99% of the time, but we need the pedestrian walkway for additional capacity. Sometimes, even though it's operating, people have to wait for 2 or 3 cars before they can get on a train. At the top, you can see that the Concourse B project will extend the concourse to the west and add 6 to 8 gates. And then on the right side, you can see the Terminal A expansion. We're going to be adding to both ends of the terminal for ticketing and baggage, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Because we have had the conceptual and schematic design completed, I thought I would share with you what we're thinking it will look like. There is going to be a significant change in levels, starting at the 5th level on the Terminal A side, that will drop down to the 3rd level when you get to the concourse. So we're going to have just as you get across Lindbergh, there will be a vertical circulation hub that will be ADA accessible, and it's going to include escalators, elevators, as well as stairs for people to use, which you can see in the lower right-hand photo. Concourse B, excuse me, not D, we're not there yet. So B will be expanded to the west, and the project will include 6 to 8 new gates. It'll include hold room space, restrooms, and concessions. I don't have anything more interesting than this to show you yet because we have yet to do the conceptual and schematic design. Similarly, for Terminal A, we will add bag claim space in an extension to the northwest, which is shown on the left-hand side of the drawing there in orange. We'll also be adding ticketing space in an extension to the southeast side on the lower right, and shown in blue, and also office space for airport and airline operations that would be above the ticketing, which is shown in the top there. As I mentioned, I wanted to just speak a little bit about project delivery methods. As you know, the county almost exclusively uses design, bid, build, and that's a linear process, and it takes some time to do that. It also does not entail collaboration between the A&E design firm and the construction firm. So the construction manager at risk, or CMAR project delivery method, still entails separate selection of the design firm, the A&E design firm, and the CMAR contractor. So the A&E design firm is shown in the top bar, and then the contractor shown in the lower bar. In this process, the architect coordinates with the CMAR during the design process, and the CMAR provides input to the architect regarding things like constructability reviews and cost estimates during the pre-construction phase. We'll return to the board on each of these projects a number of times. We'll return to the board to advertise and then award the CMAR contracts for each of the 3 projects, initially just for that pre-construction set of services during design. When the design is completed, we'll negotiate a guaranteed maximum price, or GMP, with the CMAR contractor. That puts all the risk on them. We'll then return to the board to approve that guaranteed maximum price. The CMAR will then proceed with construction, and during construction, I love that there will be continued support by the A&E design firm that will help review RFIs, will be reviewing materials submittals, and attending weekly owner-architect contractor meetings.
Excuse me, Cindy,
Yes,
Supervisor
sure.
Cerna has a comment?
Yes, go for it.
Thank you. With regard to the CMAR model of, I guess, construction management, will there actually be progress deadlines past which, if they're not complete, then the firm eats the added cost, or there's a penalty, per day penalty, that kind of thing?
Yes, those can absolutely be included in the contract.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Great, okay. So just in conclusion then, today we're requesting that the board approve the selection of DWL Architects as the design consultant for the 3 SMF Forward airside projects, and authorize me to enter into an agreement with them. So thank you. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. Supervisor Cerna again.
Thank you. I'm happy to move the item, Mr. Chair. A question, though, for Cindy. So I had an opportunity to discuss with you and your staff a couple of weeks ago just how dire it's becoming for us to have a new North Tower at SMF. And I saw for myself the reasons why. Is there if we, in a perfect world, if we had congressional authorization to finally proceed with tower construction, I assume that's considered a federal FAA project, but that alongside a project of this scale, the Sacramento or SMF Forward project, given the fact that it's a multi-year project, fair to say that there might be economies of scale if both were going at once, or maybe the tower comes on the heels of the out years for SMF Forward? I'm just thinking about new arguments we might use with our congressional delegation.
So I'm so glad you asked this question, because I have incredibly great news about this.
Oh.
We learned on Thursday that the president put our tower into the FY24 budget.
Ooh.
Now, before we all get excited,
I did mention it recently to both our congressional representatives.
However, so I just met with our delegation last week, and we believe that the House Republicans will take it out of the budget, but the Senate will add it back, and that means that it can be discussed in conference committee. So if it survives conference committee, we know that the administration has prioritized it, and it will go through. So
great news.
Yes, it is. Now, I never celebrate until we're there, but that is a very positive first step.
I will say, and just so I'm not being too cryptic with my colleagues, I did have the unique opportunity my chief and I actually had the unique opportunity of going up in the tower at the International Airport to see for ourselves the 1967-esque construction up there. But we did have a good, I think, a productive sidebar conversation about the importance of the tower, and I literally heard directly from air traffic controllers that if they can't see the tails of the planes when they're engaged in the movements from gates to other parts of the apron and the runways, I believe by law it makes their job very, very precarious. So it just really it really had me thinking about just the urgency that with which we need to have that north tower, especially given the fact we're going to have more gates at both terminals. So this is fantastic news. And I actually did mention during meetings with Ami Berra and Doris Matsui, I brought up the tail sighting requirement things, and I think that was the source of a good conversation about the subject. So I'm glad to hear what you just told us.
Thank you very much. It takes a village.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to bring up the tower. However, Supervisor Cerna, I was recently in Denver to see the redevelopment of the old Stapleton Airport, and they turned their old tower into a brew pub. So
nice. I like it.
Just an idea. I just have a real quick question, because that's the first time I remember really seeing the visual of what the new pedestrian movers, how it's going to, it was different than I had envisioned in my head. Is the long-term plan, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but I want to get publicly because we do hear about our people mover. Is it in the way that it's in a parallel like that? Is it to eventually phase out the current?
Yes, I think that ultimately will be what we would want to do. And we're designing this pedestrian walkway, by the way, so that it can also serve Concourse C. So you can see the hub there, that would serve Concourse C going off to the west. The problem is the cars that we have are no longer manufactured. Right. And, we do have I think it's probably about 4.5 years left on the contract with Bombardier to maintain the train. But there's going to be a point where we need it's money. It's as someone said earlier, good money after bad.
Right, and that's exactly right. So that's the point I want to get across for the three people that are watching this on Channel 14 is that is that yeah. I mean, we're actually people say, well, you already have that. You're just duplicating and you're just building. No, what we're doing is we're showing foresight to plan for the inevitable. Right?
Exactly. Okay. And right now, I mean, there are a lot of people, including me, who would like to just walk. Who'd like to just go.
Yeah. Well, we won't get into the fact that it was a stupid idea to begin with.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. I did hear a shout from inside the Metro cable room when you said that. Okay. No other comments from my colleagues right now. I'll turn it over to, I know we have at least one public comment in the chamber.
Mr. Tartakia will.
Jeff, can you pull up in the middle? Thank you.
Because I was involved with the Physical Access Disability Committee when we dealt with the previous people mover through there and the problems that we solved. I'm hoping that this comes before the DAC physical access, because one of the things that was previously a problem was this didn't deal with rental cars and other transitioning through here. I missed part of your presentation, but please, I hope it's brought before you do all these things of realizing what is needed for physical access to these various entities. I'm sorry, but it didn't happen last time beforehand. I'm encouraging you to consider being sure that it's done. And if I would have mentioned the last time on your previous motion going on through there, is you need to put a timetable about when dealing with 47. Whether it's 3 months from now or 6 months that you get back. Otherwise, everything seems to last till next year that you're going to be doing review and check back. And that's my end of public comment dealing with the airport.
Thank you. And I see our airport director may want to add something in response.
Yes, thank you. I would love to speak to that. We have been working with DAC and in fact brought an item to the board to do an ADA assessment of the airport. And we very much do intend to continue to work with DAC. In fact, I meant to say that the accessibility, the whole ADA, thinking about it in an even broader way than just physical access is something that we want to do. I'm not sure if you're aware that we already have services, it's called IRA for the blind, where they put on glasses and they subscribe, and someone can see what they're seeing and can walk them through what they're doing, like what's in front of them, how to maneuver, all of that. We have that now. We're also looking at doing something like that for the hearing impaired. So we're trying to think even more broadly than just physical access.
Thank you.
Access.
Thank you, Cindy. Any additional public comment on this item?
We do not have any other comments.
Well, I'll say something. All of this makes me think, top mid-size airport in the country, all these exciting things, a better way to get to and from. What a great starting point for, a rotating announcement from the board chair as people get off the plane and they hear a welcome to Sacramento County and a reminder that they're in a county airport, of course.
I'm going to do that.
Next year.
Next
year.
I'm working on it. I'm going to do it. Oh, yeah.
That's fine. I have no pride of
All right,
ownership.
never mind.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay. Entertain a motion?
Yeah, move the item.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that was
Supervisor
Mr.
Cerna
Cerna.
and Supervisor Kennedy, second.
Got it. Unanimous vote.
Okay, we've continued item 49, so that takes us to item 50.
Yes, this is the own ranks appointment to the Sacramento County Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Cabinet. And it looks like you need to nominate one of your members for a 2-year term.
Okay, I'll look to my Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah, I was going to mention my interest in serving.
Well, I'll second that nomination.
Okay, so let's vote on that.
Thank you.
No public comment on this, I'm assuming?
We do not have any public comments. Unanimous vote.
Thanks to my colleagues.
That's easy. We'll update your own
Thank you,
ranks report.
Supervisor.
Let's go to 50, and if you could get your notes together. We're going to,
Item 51, yes.
51, sorry, yeah. I'm just all screwed up today, sorry. Okay, item 51, continuing to April 18th, the Area 4 Agency on Aging Advisory Council, Sacramento County Behavioral Health Youth Advisory Board, the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council, continuing to May 9th, Building Board of Appeals, Elk Grove, Consumnes Cemetery District, Veterans Advisory Commission. And for your matters today, you have the Children's Coalition.
Chiefs recommend continuing to April 11th.
Thank you. Civil Service Commission. Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Noah Painter, and because I've been asked to do so for fear of a lack of a quorum, I'd like to waive the process.
Second.
Unanimous vote. And now we're on to the Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council. Mr. Desmond?
I think we're still waiting for some information on this, so I'd like to continue this to April 11th.
Okay. Human Services Coordinating Council.
Chiefs recommend nominating Barbara Law and continue remainder to May 9th.
Great. And then we have the Local Child Care Planning and Development Council.
Chiefs recommend nominating Deborah Doss and continuing the remainder to May 9th.
Okay. Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board.
Chiefs recommend continuing to May 9th.
Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council. Mr. Cerna?
Please continue to April 11th.
Okay. Public Health Advisory Board.
Chiefs recommend continuing to April 18th, pending interviews.
Thank you. Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Frost?
Nominate Roy Hickey, please.
Okay. Do you want to continue the remainder to May 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And then Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board.
Chiefs recommend continuing to April 18th, pending interviews.
Okay. And Sacramento County Mental Health Board, we'll start with Supervisor Kennedy.
Nominate Michael Guyant, and I do not need to waive the process, as I had said earlier. Thank you.
Got it. And then Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to May 9.
And then Mr. Hume.
Hi, I'd like to nominate, I'd like to nominate Malika Walsh and continue the remainder to May 9th.
May 9th. Okay, got it. Sacramento County Youth Commission, Supervisor Cerna
Please continue to April 18th.
and Supervisor Kennedy,
Please continue to April 18th.
and then Mr. Desmond.
Please continue to May 9th.
All right. Sunrise Recreation and Park District, Supervisor Desmond.
Please continue to April 11th.
Okay, and that concludes your nominations, and now it's the county executive comments.
No comments, thank you.
Board of Supervisor comments.
Okay, I'll turn first. We have several now. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to bring something up to the county executive and see if I can get a report back. This is on the issue involving our tiny homes projects. And I'll just use the one as an example, but they're all going to be in the same boat, I would imagine, as they come forward. And that's the one at Florin and Power Inn. That took 282 days, or 9 months and 9 days, to have permits issued from when we approved it. I've read online, I've heard on the radio that the delay has been said to be primarily because of our permitting process, and that I just find really hard to believe. What I've also been told is that this is a policy of the counties and not necessarily law that has held this up, and if that's the case, then we need to revisit the policy, because if we can't get our own projects permitted in 9 months and 9 days, regardless of all of the things I've heard about why we have been delayed, then how do we look at the business community and the public in general in the face and say, we can't even get through our own system in 9 months and 9 days? There's something broken there. So I'd really like to revisit that, find out what that policy is, and if the board needs to do something to interject itself in order to truncate what was 9 months and 9 days in the future.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. And I can assure you that it wasn't a 9-month delay in building permits. There were clearly significant delays. It has taken far too long. I completely agree with you. We did have a meeting scheduled this afternoon between Mr. DeFonte and Mr. Villanueva and their respective teams, because we thought we'd be done sooner. That meeting will get rescheduled very, very quickly so that we can determine what happened, and I will absolutely report back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to end with my comment that I thought you did a masterful job today, keeping us on track and making sure that we get the public's business complete. I know it's not easy being chair in the face of what we all experienced this morning. It's not the first time, probably won't be the last time that something like that happens, but it takes a strong leader amongst us to make sure we do the right thing and that we treat the public with the respect that they deserve, but that we actually, in fact, do the job that we're elected to do up here. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. I certainly appreciate that. Certainly appreciate the support from my colleagues. And yes, I know it'll be a tough slog now and then getting through some of these. One thing I want to mention really quick, I'm not sure, I'm sure most of you are aware of the CSAC's new at-home initiative that they just unveiled. I've had some discussions with the CSAC executive director about coming and giving a presentation to our board. So, Ann, I'd like to have that discussion with you about timing for that. So, thank you. Okay, and I see that there's no further business here. We will adjourn the public meeting and reconvene in closed session. Is that going to be in the North
North
conference room? Okay. Okay. With that, this meeting is adjourned.